is up, all
Hey,
of
everybody.
you misfits out there, one and all, to this episode of Midnight Ranting with all of your lungs. In this episode, theism, Randolph vs Ken Ammi, Atheism vs Christianity, which is better for society? We are having a modern-day debate-inspired after-party on which is better, atheism versus Christianity, which is better for society. And we have James W., myself, Amy Newman, and our special guest host,
Woohoo.
Randolph Richardson, with us in the house.
Welcome aboard, Randolph.
To have a divinely good time. Woohoo!
That was
What is up?
This is being recorded, Amy.
Sir, this is being recorded. But welcome everyone out there. I would normally just get out my inner tubes, but with Randolph here, I feel like I just want to send everyone a kind and loving day out there. And so thank you.
Out of kindness. Yeah.
It's when you have to make sure that someone has to believe in you or else.
Ooh.
You love them so much, though.
Exactly.
It's all for love.
James, you know how you really love someone? Well, you see, it's when Randolph takes this bat and he says, "Love me, or I'm going to beat you over the head with it." That's how you know that you have true love.
Well, that would be like a pure agape love, that pure godly love that you can only get from the Christian God, right?
Exactly. Empirically, or I should say, objectively speaking, because that seems to be the whole shtick tonight. Yes, well, I took notes because I couldn't help myself throughout the debate. At first, I was like, I'm just going to relax and chill. And then it was just like, I can't help myself. When I hear things I disagree with, it just helps to write them down.
Did you disagree with anything in my introduction?
In your introduction, no. I would say up until I have a very moderate view of politics where I just thought the ending was funny because your view just triggered him. Yes.
Yeah, it triggered him.
So it's like your honest opinion, he thinks is true. It's very much like when I tell Christians that I would join Satan if we were to find out that Christianity was true.
He would seem to be the better guy than their God. Yeah.
They're like, well, why are we even talking? We can't take this person seriously anymore. I'm like, why? Well, do you want to compare kill counts? We can do how many Satan kills, and then we can do how many Yahweh kills.
And plus the fact that God could have prevented all of the Satan kills effortlessly. He didn't have to allow any of them.
No, it's his plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Yahweh was in the millions, like 4 million or something, right? And then
however many were in the flood. Yeah.
And then Satan was Satan was in the 10, was just 10, and they were all justified as self-defense or whatever, right?
Not just Satan. He's definitely earned the Satan.
But yeah, Randolph, he really came out swinging in your opening statement. I thought that, you really did that one really well. I was happy with your opening statement because, you really laid it all out on the line. You really, made a good case.
It took me 10 minutes to write that, and I did that today. And then it was, and I wanted to have a bit more aggressive tone than usual, and because I know he's quite calm in his demeanor, and I wanted to try to draw him out a bit.
Well, it's funny you say that, because at the very beginning, someone was like, woohoo! I mean, this is going to be a great debate, but is it really going to be spicy? Because these are just two great, calm gentlemen. And I was like, well, theology, it has kind of a way of making them go a little cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Not that they are.
And then Randolph with some moderate trolling, just Randolph being Randolph. Some very deadpan, subtle trolling that he likes to do, but it works.
Just so you know, the cat alerts are not trolling.
No, those are important. These are mandatory, in fact.
Yes, they are important. Because I found
Weird Al's mandatory fun.
What really surprised me about him was when he said that the Bible does not represent Christianity. He didn't say in exactly those words, but that's how it came across. And that really surprised me because I've not really encountered that before. Christians normally talk about the Bible a lot when they talk about Christianity.
Well, what I have found is that the cafeteria is always open. And so they're very quick to yeet, to just throw away anything that doesn't agree with them, especially when it's in the Old Testament. But there are certain things in the Old Testament that they're like, oh no, that definitely. Like, no, we don't have to kill adulterers anymore. I mean, it's not like it's objective. It actually changes. But the stuff that really does stick, oh no, those like 10 Commandments, I mean, those are the hits.
Your shrimp cocktail is okay, but, you know...
the thing is, like,
these guys over here wearing women's clothes, they should definitely be executed because, reasons.
Your stone's ready.
God doesn't like it. It's icky.
The thing is that, like, I was asking him about, what was I going to say now? He was, I was asking him how the New Testament talks about how stoning for adultery is no longer a thing. And I could not get a direct answer on that one. He talked.
I mean, in one case, Jesus showed mercy on one woman, but I don't think anywhere does he say that every adulterer should get a free pass after that. It was
Amy Rocks. Yeah.
Right. One time.
Oh, you think you're punny, don't you?
You've seen my work.
Oh, I have. I've seen you in action, so to say.
You're laughing so much when you're reading the stuff in the chat.
Well, I like it. I always said shout-outs for one-liners. Yeah. Most people are not daring enough to put their hat in the ring, but Randolph, you keep on throwing punches. Or puns, I should say. But he did go over adultery and how that seems to have changed. That no longer. But that is also very different from gay marriage. Completely. Yeah. In fact, the leading point, I can't help myself, but, you know, I guess it always goes back to their love of identity politics. But, like, my leading point was, like, he like, started with traditional marriage and then just, like, branched out from there, which is kind of a weird starter, but... something not objective, something completely subjective, a social structure, which I support. I think we should support families, however they may come. And so it's just weird. They love that 2-bit PC word. It's got to be traditional. In fact, it has to be only for the process of procreation, missionary with the lights off, I think is how it goes.
The subtle point that I didn't highlight directly is when I was asking him about, you know, for slavery, for example, there should be something in the New Testament or the New Covenant that indicates no more slavery. And it's not there. We should be, this is, I think, a reflection of this desire to have this be the impermeable word of God, the perfect word of God. And it can't be changed. Changing it would be blasphemous. So they don't dare, because they fear their God. They don't dare to change it. So they don't even want to give a hint of it changing. So because if something so contradictory came out, then that would indicate that it could be changed. I think that scares them. And I think that's why he tries so hard to get around that. Go ahead, Amy.
Can I tell you how thick the Stockholm Syndrome is? Is that you hear statements like the fear of God is love. No. If your partner is hanging over you with a baseball bat, you might
saying, you love me, don't you? You love me, right? Yeah.
Yes.
I'm the best, right? But I mean, why does it...
that for this in a kinky, consensual manner?
Sounds like you're going all Pulp Fiction on us now.
Oh, my. Have you ever had a $5 milkshake?
Yeah. But why does it seem like absolute objective morality, according to the Bible, why does it just strangely seem to coincide exactly with what ancient man would have found to be moral, like 100% of the time? If Bronze Age man would have defined something as moral, then the Bible defines it as moral, like slavery, like executing people for minor offenses. We don't consider those to be moral today, but that's what the Bible says because it was written by Bronze Age humans. Go figure.
But Randolph, have you heard of the Sermon on the Mount? It's fantastic.
But in fact, the New Testament actually affirms slavery. It doesn't say anything anti-slavery. It says that all are one within the church. Like, okay, once you go into church, there's no slave, there's no master. You guys are all equal before God. But as soon as you guys step out of that church, okay, get your ass back to work, or I've got my bat in my hand. I mean, and it says, it does say that the master should not be too harsh to their servants. It does say that, but it does tell the servants, to serve your masters as you would serve God, and not just if your master is nice. Even if your master is mean to you, still serve him anyway.
And the metric is whether the slave gets up or not. Like,
that's
you can beat them, but, as long as they're able to get up the next day or so.
And I just wanted to say that Sermon on the Mount could be a double entendre.
Oh, my. Sounds like what a lot of us are doing tonight. Woo! But I will say, we'll probably riff on our own for a few more minutes, and we will talk about subjects. I will give shout-outs, and then we really just, while we're doing the shout-outs, we'll get people on board for the open mic so everyone can say what they think. Atheist, theist, liberal, conservative, come as you are, just not on my sheets. Try to aim for the flag or somewhere here.
Now, I'm interested in hearing Ken's views on morality in general. He indicated that he's got some views on them that are not typical. He's got some problems with morality as a concept, and it would be interesting to delve into that with him in a non-adversarial conversation. And he's interested, so possibly in the future that'll happen.
I almost took offense to him taking offense every time that he was like, it's just what you think. It's, not what these old men think in this book here from thousands of years old. Like, they say the half of the sentence, like he was, and you called him out many times, implying that his was objective, though somehow it's both changed, never changing, and will never change again, all at once. There you go.
Well, and even if you could all agree on something that the Bible says, that still wouldn't make it objective. All it says is that, okay, God has his opinions on morality, we have ours. The only difference is he's in a position to enforce his on us. We're not in a position to do that to him. That doesn't make it objective. That just means he's a bully.
I see James Wolfe is asking in the live text chat if I know whether Ken is a Messianic Jew. I don't know. There's been quite a few people who've told me before the debate started that he's a Jew, and it's unclear. I haven't asked him, and but if he is a Jew and he's defending Christianity, that's very interesting. That would be an interesting.
Messianic Jews are more of Christian than Jewish. They're a sect of Christianity that It uses. Yeah.
In early times, I think 30 or 40 years, and some reports go back as far as almost 500 years before in BCE. There's a group of Jews called Christos, and they or Crestos, and they have and they were called Christians. But it's murky, and it's not clear what actually was going on there. But there was a tradition, as I understand it, in older Judaism, and maybe it's still now too, that it's perfectly normal and okay to challenge the scriptures and the gods and all this kind of stuff. So there was this tradition of questioning things, and then Christianity comes along and puts an end to all of that. You don't question anything. So more authoritarianism.
And religion seems to be all about how it frames itself.
Yeah.
And it's this weird backwards compatibility, but not forward. And so the Jews, they see themselves as the original OGs, even though they're really inspired by the religions around them. But whatever. Then the Christians will go, oh no, you don't understand. We are just a continuation and a fulfillment of that. But the Jews are like, no, you're like a completely separate thing. And then the Christians oftentimes want to attach themselves to the Jews because of that backwards compatibility. They will say
Judaism was still valid in a way at one time.
And so they'll... I didn't hear what you said. I feel bad. But then...
Oh, I just said because at one time Christianity or Judaism was valid according to Christians. It's just like it started off right. They just didn't get the memo about the Messiah.
And that's what they all do. And so then, Islam does the same shtick. Islam goes, well, you just don't understand that we're a continuation of Judaism and then Christianity, and these were just corrupted faiths, and we have the true uncorrupted one. And so they try and say, no, but we attach ourselves to the backwards compatibility. But each step backwards, they always look at the new guy and they're like, no, these people are fucking crazy. The Christians look at the Muslims and the Mormons, because the Mormons, they're like, don't you understand? We are Jews and a continuation of Christianity in a unique way over here in the space. And of course the older the Jews and the Christians look at that and they're like, no, I don't think you were supposed to take Mel Brooks literally. But
I don't think Mel Brooks even takes Mel Brooks literally.
No, I know. Just shout out for Spaceballs.
He probably appreciate hearing this.
I wish they made more movies like just the way he did, the way like Life of Brian is, that type of satirical. But sending so much love, James Wolfe. I just always think it's funny. It's just always how they frame themselves. That's really the shtick. But I do want to send love. I'm gonna send the link into chat, but I do want to send love out there. If you enjoy the show, please don't forget to like, follow on Twitch, or subscribe on YouTube. That gives access to our premieres. I am finally done editing the first episode of Talk Skeptic, Skeptic on the Street. And so I think I'm trying to get a countdown timer, but it's uploading. I'm done. We're getting this thing. And this live stream. And Randolph, I'm really excited because this is a street epistemology show. I am going on the street. I think I can say this because it says it on the first episode, but it's basically going to the heart of the Capitol here in the U.S. and just asking a random people. They have things that are kind of like a speaker's corner equivalent, where it's just people just doing whatever. And there's police like on the side, but they're just watching people. So you never feel like threatened that you're just talking to random people and you're going to get pulled aside.
You should reach out to Anthony Magnabosco.
Oh, my goddess. And so...
They're doing a study. They're doing a peer-reviewed study kind of thing. Actual scientific research on street epistemology. And you could be part of that. You could be named in the study that way, too.
I would love to. I mean, Anthony, I think, has been the template for a lot of people. Sending love to Oz out
Reach
there.
out to him.
I would
Reach
love
out to him, because I was just talking with him the other day, and he was he was on a show that I was a fundraiser I was part of, and for Recovering from Religion Foundation, and they raised almost $2,000, which was great. But they had. Yeah, and they had Anthony came on for a little while and talked a bit about this, and he said there's people wanting to do actual research with statistically significant subjects and stuff like that. So they are looking for people who are willing to go out and do street epistemology. That's why you should reach out to them, because your stuff can get part of that research then.
Hey, absolutely.
They're trying to show the efficacy of street epistemology, of the Socratic method.
Well, I think it is a great methodology. I think that it is a naturally, I hate to say disarming, because then it feels like you're trying to get something, but way of debating, or maybe conversation in which you convey your point of view without being confrontational. Because the questions that you generally ask help people better understand you, and then you better understand them. It's like a win-win for everybody.
Yeah, that's right.
And okay, I just want to send. Oh no! Unfortunately, James got summoned by Satan. Oh, and he's back. Okay.
Oh,
we sell timeshares in hell. We actually have a 5 billion year contract. James and I can't believe.
We do.
Who knew? We do. James, I didn't mean to sign this contract without you knowing, but we actually now share an apartment with Gilbert Godfrey in hell. And so it has been fantastic. He's a little loud, but who isn't? Who isn't?
Are you in an apartment on an upper floor that has a good view of the Lake of Fire?
Oh, 100%. I mean, I feel like that's what you got to get, right next to the Lake of the Damned.
Yeah, you can see all the non-Christian babies being tortured. It's really nice.
His bellows may echo across the waters, or the fiery waters in the Lake of Fire. I don't know, what is that lake filled with anyway?
Oh my! Can I tell you, Randolph? I don't mean to trigger all of the fundamentalists out there, but that lake is specifically filled with estrogen, and so I didn't want to hate to break it to them. I always like to say it's never testosterone, because they don't care about the other type of trans. They don't care about trans guys, but it's always us. We're the foot soldiers.
Huh. That's I guess. Do you think this might somehow contribute to the idea that Satan is a she, not a he?
It may be. It may be. Well, I got told that Satan was the first transgender. In fact, they are.
Bring him out. Bring out your little cuddly.
Oh, come on! Look how adorable Muhammad is. Okay.
Your little baby butt.
The first transgender. And so, wait, I actually think that it must be a trans man. I think Muhammad, because he looks like a guy. I don't know. I don't want to.
But he's got female breasts, so he didn't have his mastectomy yet.
That sounds vicious.
But yes, we have sent the StreamYard link into chat.
Raising the bar here, people. We're raising the bar.
Want to send a shout out to everyone out there in chat who has been with us. Please don't forget to keep on sending your comments, questions, and one-liners. In fact, what is up, Ian Davenport and Batman? I'm Batman. And Monkey for Banana. What's up, Marshall? And Pseudonym. What is up? What's up, Bree? Sending love. Bree has done an amazing panel with us with Cindy Lincoln the other day. Along with rubrics, but sending love to Hive Science out there, her channel, as well as Jupiter Darman. Brian Stevens wants to know, who's Anthony working with? Do you know
Anthony
who he's
Magna Bosco? I think my understanding, from what he was saying, it kind of sounded like they approached him. So I don't know who, but it's some group in a university somewhere, I believe. So it's legitimate. It's Otherwise, I'm sure Anthony wouldn't go for it. He's probably checked them out, I'm going to guess. But yeah, they want to understand how effective this line of questioning is to people. So I do think it is effective, because it does cause, you see some of these people in these videos, in Anthony's videos, that are kind of, looks like they have a realization like, whoa, what's this? And didn't Anthony first start out that way too? He was approached by someone in the street. I'm not sure, or it's somebody else maybe I'm thinking of. So I don't know his history really well.
I do know that it's just amazing. He has always worked outside of a university. I think he was a member of that university who went there, and they're like, yeah, do street epistemology.
Yeah, it's good to get permission, even though it's a public place.
Consent is always a good thing. But yes, sending love out there to Brian Stevens, Trusted Ape, Perfect, God equals the square root of -1, James Wolfe, Beamsy, The Muslim Apologist, Rebel. I always like to go Rebel. Simply Secular Dave. Have to jump out?
Just for about 10 minutes or so, and then I'll be back. But
that is okay.
I just want to kind of wait until some other people get in to chat before I disappear for a bit.
Okay, and we're just going to do our Patreon shout-outs really quick and go there, and then, yeah, we'll do our open mic. We'll go right in. And so, sending love, also jazz hands, Surgeon General, Mannered Staves, Stilette, but also, we just want Ian Davenport, amazing, but also general just shout-outs to the wonderful people who have all sent in super chats, who have all become channel members, the badge, the evolving badge system, which you can join right below, and our Patreons, the best way to support us by heading over to patreon.com/Amy Newman, including awesome supporters like Oz from the Atheist Network Group, Tangang Yo, youtube.com/The Atheist Network Group, as well as Jena, Biddy Buddha, Shane the Skeptic, so many awesome people. We do an LGBTQ plus talk show over there, kind of triggers them as well, too. Ian Davenport sending so much love.
I recognize all those names. I know many of those people. I also greatly appreciate all the commentary I'm seeing in the live text chat since the show started, and a little bit before that, people are saying, even calling me the Godfather. But but they're that's Oz who started that, and I'm delighted. I think it's fantastic. It's just wonderful.
Oz also got me onto saying Bibble. Like, I cannot go, like, we now have skeptic Bible studies instead.
So people are saying, giving me commentary that they think I did really well in the debate, and I appreciate that very much. I'm also interested to know where I could have done better, and because I'm always looking for ways to improve. But you know, all these comments mean a lot to me. Thank you, everybody. I've seen you all. It's hard to mention all your names, but yeah, I think it's great. Stilette Larray is asking if atheism versus Christianity is a bit of a false dichotomy. Yeah, it's not dichotomous. It's because it could be atheism versus some other religion, or it could just be atheism versus theism would be dichotomous. Because I know of one religion that's not got deities in it at all, and it's not Buddhism. But there is only one that I know of, and I don't remember the name offhand. I don't think it's Taoism. It might be Confucianism, but I'll have to look it up and see. But yeah. So I think the dichotomy would definitely be atheism versus theism, and that could be monotheism or polytheism would both be included in the theism category. So Stilette Larray asks an excellent question there. Thank you.
So thank you so very much for that question. I just want to send another shout out one more time to Surgeon General for joining our membership. Welcome on board the Skeptic and Ranting community. Sending love. I see Ian sending us love out there. I see Sunflower has joined us. Welcome, Sunflower. I can't imagine what theological topic is on your mind tonight. And I just want to say, that is amazing. I would love to see in a theistically objective Dan having a Socratic method with Anthony. That's fantastic.
Who I was thinking of. And Nidamus mentioned in the private chat here in StreamYard as well. So they're both pointing out the same thing.
Woo-hoo! Also, what's up, Dale? Best in show. He is kind of the best in show. Well, he is the best in show. However, Randolph, we also have to grant, is the second best in show because he did amazing tonight in the debate. So sending so much love.
I'm perfectly okay with others being better than me, and I don't have to have first place in anything. It's fine. So best in show, I give it to you. You've already got it.
Well, it's just, I really do think, and I know I hate to stereotype you as being it's so Canadian of you, but it's such a funny and useful asset to like be kind and nice and be a good faith interlocutor, to use their one of their F words, because it really does. It makes them break down after a while. You could just see that he was like, "Ugh."
My purpose is not to break anybody down, but rather to be somebody that can they can engage with a really meaningful conversation. That's what I'm after. I also, my interest is in presenting atheism as a demographic in the best possible ways. So I think that by this is kind of natural for me to converse with people this way as well. So it's easier for me to do this than somebody who's, say, used to being crude and profanic throughout their speeches all the time. And so I can, they have to make an effort not to say those terrible words and hurl horrible insults, right? Whereas for me, it's just something I'm just used to. So it's easy for me to do this, but I think it's important that I try to encourage people to do that as well, because we are, as atheists, probably one of the largest, if not the largest, demographic on the planet. Because we just don't believe in any deities. All these people, theism would be a big demographic too, and it is easy to splice it down and divide it into lots of little pieces. And when people say Christianity, you can just easily say, well, which denomination? And there are tens of thousands of options. With Islam, there's 99 denominations I've been able to identify. Sunni, Shia, Wahhabi, and Ismaili are just 4 that come to mind immediately. There are another 95 of them in the list that I know of, and apparently there's thousands out there, but those are the ones I've found. Blood type is maple syrup. That's hilarious. I'll have to tell them at the blood donor place next time I'm there that somebody has told me that's my blood type. That's hilarious. The Surgeon General told me that. That's
what about that? Hey,
it's got authority, but with a name like that. But
also, no.
I think
you were about to say something.
People feel that there's encouragement out there to strive to present better and to show people that the stigmatization, the stereotype that some of these people are putting forward, that atheists are nasty and angry and irritable and all this is, and swear all the time and on like that, all these things, is really not the case. And as more people are out there presenting in a more polite manner, and I'm not the only one. You look at Genetically Modified Skeptic. He's out there and he presents very nicely as well. He doesn't get into any of the crazy stuff, and he's very polite and well mannered. And there's others out there as well. Anthony Magnabosco is another one, and the list goes on. There's so many, right? And they're all showing a really good example of a good demeanor for people to present well and to show that, you've got, well as I mean friendly and cordial. And this is, as we do more and more of this, I think this will help our demographic in the long run.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Randolph, for that response. And I'm going to keep on going on. We got Beamsy and Nitty backstage for some fun, but I just want to keep on sending love out to a grumpy old cuss out there who, when we hear young earth creationist arguments, make us go, what are we listening to? Diana Smith, because 51% of the sex or gender out there are not chattel. Pat Lowinger sending so much love to the archaeologist who actually does what creationists do. Isn't he awesome? Who does what creationists are afraid of? Research.
Very knowledgeable guy. He's I learn a lot from him and I don't remember most of what he teaches, but I do learn from it. I feel like he's always got something to share that's informative and valuable, and I like to listen to what he has to say.
I learned something too because I watched someone in the field debate someone who spends most of the time probably just in a field. Kind of a different thing. But they were both talking about calendars, and it was a good time. It was a good debate.
Oh, yeah.
Sending love, Pat.
I have to pop out, but let's bring your guests in.
Sounds good.
Say hello to them before I go away from
We're going to keep on going down the line. Just tell me whenever you want, Randolph. We'll sneak you back in across the border to continue.
Let's bring them on real quick so I can say hi to them, and then I'll pop out for about 10 minutes.
Sounds good. But sending love to Pat. Dale Pastel out there, best in show, reminding us we're just looking for empirical evidence. Dave Gar reminding Rebel that the earth is round. I love you, Rebel. Who's your Rebel? Exactly. But sending so much love to Dave Gar and our thick earth, as well as Scott Duke, reminding us that we are animals. We don't mean like going crazy PETA on you, though there's good reasons. You should treat other animals well. But no, animals weren't poofed into existence like a plot device, like a deus ex machina. Regos, because we have a skeptic Bible study. In fact, we just got done dude erotomy. We are now talking with my new boy toy, Joshua. He lifts, if you didn't know, way better than, that old guy.
Is he infinite in size?
Oh, he is completely infinite in size.
Does Esau the Seesaw make any more appearances, or is that old?
I wish. You would think so. He wants to. Dan showed up the other day.
He's long gone. Esau,
but Seesaw, I think, has gone downhill. But sending love to Regos and the wonderful, fabulous, amazing, oh my. Sending love to Rachel Holland.
Rolling away from the sermon.
Yes, and I roll towards ice cream.
Tumbles into bliss and ice cream. Okay. Sounds good.
But sending love to Rachel Holland, reminding us that the Bible does condone slavery. That was a good point that I like. Did that just change? Oh, is the good slavery? It was a works program back then. I always they're like, but everyone was doing it. But it was basically the apocalypse. So slavery. Who's checking? Who's counting? But sending love to Rachel. Sending love to Senator Cato, reminding us that the separation of church and state more important now as it will be in the past and in the future. So please keep on supporting it. So it's good even for religious people. It's just they hate the word secular, even though it's just neutral. Whatever. Separation.
The funny thing is, as I understand it, not thinking of secularism. I'm thinking of humanism was started by some Christians, as I understand it.
See, to me, it gets complicated because I say to me, but I would say, it's the Enlightenment. I would say had kind of a transitionary period from where the hot things were Christianity prior, like Newton, who he was a Christian, but he believed in a whole bunch of other shit too, as well as his scientific. And it slowly just seemed to like get watered down into this deism by the 1800s, when most of the scholars and elites of the world believed in a God that did not interact in the world. Yes, there was like the Puritan cultures in America, but the actual people that wrote our Constitution were deists, among other countries that did so. And so it just like Judaism was a transitionary religion from polytheism to monotheism.
You know,
I can completely understand the transition from Christianity to deism to the lovely A words.
You know, I sometimes wonder if people just say deism so that they don't get the stigma from those times of saying.
Sure. Well, it's
I'm
going to keep on saying it's complicated. Is it? Yeah. Is it simple, Amy? It should be simple. Well, like I said, there's Schuyler fictions out there. There are Jack Burtons out there. There are people that just seem to wrestle with this nebulous first cause that, to me, makes no sense. I have no struggle because it's just a special pleading fallacy until we have any information otherwise. And so, yeah, but they're useful to, I think. I think when you just drop a lot of the Abrahamic nonsense, at least you would drop so much of the baggage that now the weight of nonsense that you're carrying is, you know, it's just this little thing. I wish they didn't have just this little
Once
thing.
you dump that infinite in size Yahweh in the trash, then it kind of lightens your load a little bit.
I'm going to have to go pretty soon. You want to bring somebody in? We can say hello, and then I can...
Final thing. Yes, what I'll do is we'll go opposite. You're going to have your... Well, sending love to James Wolfe out there. We only have, I think, the James 3. This is the final 3. James Wolfe, we do Midnight Rantings. You're at one right now. A lot of the live shows sending love out there to the interwebs, as well as our panel, our special guest host, Randolph Richardson, here with us. But sending love, James Wolfe, and Disciple Day, newest addition to the team. Thank you so very much. Great to have a theist, a Christian on board
guys.
With us supporting. Though he said he's a skeptic, so it makes sense in the skeptic and ranting community. And then I already said sending love to Ian Davenport. We have our 2 prop level. Sending so much love to Ian Davenport. And last but not least, sending love to Matt Deig. Thank you so very much, Matt Deig, for reminding us that flat earthers and young earthers don't have models for how their world operates, unlike
they have assumptions.
Scientific ones. Yes, they have hypotheses at best and pulling shit out of their...
If they're lucky.
Yes. At worst.
Layman's
and
terms of hypothesis, I suppose you could say, yeah.
What is up? Big Bad Mama, Simply Secular Dave, Nanology, Titan Uranus, and of course, hanging the Twitchosphere as a captain, sending love to Pookykins. And all right, what I'm going to do as we open the open mic, I think what we're going to do is, Randolph, you're going to open up our open mic.
Oh.
And
what an honor.
Huh. And so we are just going to let you do that, and then we're going to get Beamsy and Nitty on, and hopefully in that time, it'll give you a little bit of time to stretch your legs if you need to, and get ready for the open discussion. But with that, we are Midnight Ranting. I'm going to send that link into chat again, but we got Beamsy and Nitty behind us. They're going to go right off of Randolph Richardson, who is going to be opening up for us for our Midnight Ranting open mic on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for societies? Woohoo! That is right.
Here he is, the man of honor.
Exactly. The man with a plan. We are here tonight because of Ken, because of James Kuhn sending love to Modern Day Debate, and of course, the Randolph Richardson, lovely to have you on. And we are Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for societies? And what are your thoughts?
Well, I expressed many of those thoughts in the debate tonight in a quick summary on modern day debate, which James hosted and organized. It's always wonderful to be on his debate channel. The summary is that it boils down to having freedoms, and with these freedoms, I believe that people can have better quality lives. Of course, living in a society is a challenge because you need to get along with other people. So in societies we make up rules, but a society that can function well with less rules and less rules that are authoritarianism, less and more liberal and less limiting, is more conducive to a better society for a person. So for everybody overall. So that's what I tried to argue tonight. I don't know how well I did it, but I certainly don't think we got very far on the Christian front. So as far as progress being made in such a debate, there was less of that and more of understanding the other person's views on things. But that is still good. That's still part of the free exchange of ideas. And that is so important, is that we're able to get onto these stages and hash out our differences and present our ideas, and then have an audience that's interested and engaged and wanting to put their views out as well, as we can see in the Q&A period. So thank you everybody for tuning into that and listening to what everybody was having to say, primarily me and Ken. So I guess our first guest here is who's first coming on? Was it?
So we have Beamsy, Nitty, and then P-Town already queued up.
Oh, okay. Do you just want to bring all three on and we can say hello? Because I got to pop out of here in a moment. Or how do you want to do this?
Well, what I will say is that I'll ask them all to do very quick intros so we can go into open discussion. And so with everyone listening behind stage, I guess I would say, please give pithy openings, but you'll be able to say as much as you want when we go into open discussion. The floor will be on for everyone. But thank you so very much, Randolph. We'll go right down the line. Beamsy, what is up? We're Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for societies? What are your thoughts about the debate or the topic itself?
As for the topic itself, the idea of saying, is a ideology or a point of view better for society, that's not a very good comparison. Normally, when you actually make a comparison between it, should be an apples and apples comparison. This is more of an apples and orange comparison. Christianity is better for society on a social aspect because atheism doesn't have anything for social aspects. But an aspect of a belief, that's about the only linking factor between a debate between Christianity and atheism, and that has no benefit to society in any way because it is a personal thing, not a societal thing.
I agree. Thank you.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Beamsy. Welcome on board. And all right.
It's good to be here.
We're going down the list. Nitty,
Hey.
What is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for societies? Hope you're doing well. And what are your thoughts about the debate or the topic itself?
Well, it's Nitty, and my thoughts on the topic are that it's hard enough to get a fruitful discussion like that going. So thank you, Randolph, for participating on Modern Day Debate and trying to get an answer to that question even going. But the other thing that I'll just kind of note as being in the great debate space or engaging both Christians and non-Christians in this topic is that when you say which is better for society, you have to be very discreet on what type of Christianity, how consequential is that Christianity to social engagements, legislation, all of this, right? And until you nail those things down with your interlocutor, the topic is almost too nebulous with that particular ideological system. So that's what you got. So I'm happy to discuss and be here hanging with you guys for a little bit.
Woohoo! Thank you so very much, Nitty. Welcome on board.
Thanks.
And all right, with that, we are going to bring in he who controls the spice controls the universe. No, we want all of our theist brothers and sisters to be loud and proud, because we welcome P-Town. What is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for society? It's lovely having you back on P-Town, but what are your thoughts about the debate or the topic itself?
Hey, atheists. I figured I would pop on. What would a discussion be without a Bible-believing Christian young earth creationist? Hey, Nitty Beamsy. I'm glad we get to
Round
talk
Earth
again.
creationist?
Young earth creationist. And he's
I know.
round one. I know.
Yes! Yes! I'm glad to have you on Team Round, P-Town. That's all. I'm taking every win I can.
Well, let's rock and roll.
Woohoo! And all right. I think what we're going to do is actually James and I will have our opening statements kind of like mid-statements. And so we're just going to go to the open conversation because if I can, there we go. I can count correctly. We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism vs Christianity, which is better for societies. And this is the girl deck that we are starting out with tonight.
You'll have to get back to the 5 anyway, because Randolph's leaving soon.
Oh, well, I'm just only temporarily. I'm really happy that everybody's joined in here to converse about these topics. I have to take care of some stuff here. I need about 10 minutes or so, maybe 15, and then I'll be back. And I'm just glad to be able to say hi to all three of you. And, hopefully you'll still be here when I get back.
Doing your weekly apology letters.
I haven't written any. I'm a bad Canadian.
Oh, my. Hold on.
What is all that about?
You just asked about if I wrote any apology letters. I'll be back in a bit. Thank you, guys. All of you.
Absolutely, Randolph. Lovely having you on, and hope to see you back in a few minutes. But we are talking atheism versus Christianity. It's head-to-head tonight.
So does that mean I haven't got a dog in this fight, being a pagan?
Well, it's funny that you say that, Beamsy, because I think that people naturally put you in one category and the other, which I feel like that is a funny phenomenon in itself. It's like the war is happening. There's the two sides. I feel good. I feel like we have, if I'm just patting ourselves on the back, I feel like we have potty trained the Jewish and Christian religions, and so Islam is next. But who wants to count our chickens this early in the fight? And so the pagans, I can't help but see you and the deists and everyone else as allies.
It's just because I'm a naturalist.
Oh, you silly naturalist. What do you think, P-Town? Christianity? Atheism? If you had to choose one as a Christian?
Beamsy, it's funny that you say that atheism doesn't have any social aspects to it, and yet you're calling in on an atheism show and hang out all the time on an atheism network and have a bunch of atheistic friends. It makes no sense to me.
Now careful, P-Town, because you resemble some of that.
I guess.
But then
true.
again,
Nitty's nodding.
But then again, when it comes down to it, are we actually predetermined to come into things like this? Do we have tenets that say that socially we need to hang out with atheists. We need to actually come in to call shows like this. No, atheism does not have tenets. Therefore, we have no defining social aspects. There are atheists out there that would never use YouTube. And because of the no socially defining aspects, there is no social aspect to atheism.
And I think going back to what possibly Nitty was saying, I think it's important to define terms here, because I'm unlike Nitty. When Nitty was a Christian, I think, and I don't want to speak for you, Nitty, but a huge part of your faith was being part of a social community. Was that a huge part of what you liked about it?
In practice, but not in necessity.
Okay.
I would say that I valued whether or not it was true, no matter how many people stuck with me, because people left my church all the time. So,
right. Well, I guess I'm trying to speak for myself here. I really could care less about going to most churches. In fact, most of them bother me. I think it's great that people get together and celebrate and do good things for people, sure. But I don't think, as far as I can tell, it's a prerequisite for this Sunday thing where we all, listen to a song and we sit together and we hear someone talk. I don't think any of that's actually in the Bible, Beamsy. It just happens to be that way now.
There are aspects in which they define the way that you have to act within society within the Bible. But what you're saying is, what you're confusing the two aspects is, yes, atheists do have a sense of community, and that is one of the biggest things when you're combining a group of anything. I have a community on where I operate. I go among a community of geologists. I go among a community of physicists. I am in a community of university graduates. Right. You could say that anything is a community, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a social aspect of it. It's just the way that we are predetermined as humans to actually create society as well as communities.
Well, you mentioned that Christianity, one of the benefits is having social aspects and having that community. Do you consider having social aspects, having that community amongst the atheistic community is a good thing as well?
It's a double-edged sword. I don't see it would be a very good thing for... there would be no way to actually institute tenets like that within atheism without, along Randolph's way, without breaking down people's freedoms.
Gotcha.
The short answer to your question from me, P-Town, is yes. But not codifying it as like some external legislated or regulated, obligation on people. If that makes sense.
What are some of the things about Christianity that bothers you? Some of these written rules that people have to follow?
I'm not against the written rules. I'm just against the fact being that the book that they follow is full of lies.
And what are some of those lies?
Noah's flood.
Okay. Is there another one? Is there anything, because I think the topic here is what benefits society and what doesn't. Unless you think the flood.
No,
relevance to that. But I know you and I would love to talk about that.
You're changing the aspect of the topic. This is why I said that Christianity would be a benefit to society under a social aspect, because it actually has a grounding, an idea to create a social community. Whereas in atheism, you're herding a swarm of cats.
Well, it's interesting that you brought up lies, though. I would argue that one of the things that Christianity promotes is not lying. Thou shalt not bear false witness. I think that that's a good thing. Do you think that's a good thing?
The thing is, that's a tenet in a lot of earlier religions, as well as a lot of ideologies, whereas in the idea of thou shalt not lie is... Well, the correct thing is thou shalt not bear false witness. It's a little bit it's not actually lying. It's a matter of you shall not bear false witness.
It's probably the difference between like telling your wife that she looks good in that dress when she doesn't versus, you know, appearing in court kind of thing, but it still means lying, right?
Kind of. It's a little bit different in the context of what's put through, but this is why there is things like the Golden Crocodile Award, because there are so many times that commandment is breached whenever they're preaching.
The other thing that I'd say about that idea in general is I think that let's say we have that value, right, of truth telling is important for society, right? Or not misrepresenting reality is important for society. Do you think that's equally explained on Christian theism, non-Christian theism, atheism, or is it explainable on all three?
Nidhi, if that was directed to me, I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that because I think I just had COVID. My brain's a little...
That's okay. So the idea of properly representing our lived experiences, telling the truth, is good for society, right? Or put another way, not misrepresenting or misrepresenting our lived experience is bad. That's lying, right? Could you arrive at that? Do you think we as a species or people arrive at a conclusion like that through only Christian theism, atheism,
I
or
think that
non-Christian theism, or possibly all of those?
Right. I think that back in the day, you hear stories like a deal could be done with the shake of a hand, right? Now there's attorneys involved, millions of documents. It's about whoever can get away with what they can get away with. I don't think that that's a good thing. I think that if you look across different cultures throughout time, even now, and you look at other cultures, honoring your word and trying and caring more about whether or not you're being honest with someone and fair and holding that to a higher standard than what benefits you, I think that that's diminishing. Yeah. And I don't think that's a good thing. The only intervention that could happen is God himself. And I think that that's challenging for Christians these days.
So if anyone felt like they had a point on their mind, get it out. But then it looks like Randolph is back if he would like to say anything. And then Sunflower is backstage.
The idea of could that have been oppressed by any of the community? Yes, in the same way that anything can be come across as a selfish aspect. The idea that the golden rule existed before the idea of the Ten Commandments, the idea of treating others as you would be treated, that has been around since the Mesopotamian times. So this is one thing.
In a variety of forms, yes.
Yes. So the idea, could we actually get there through a social aspect? Yes. But that's more of a sense of community. But the same side to it, as an individual, we could still be selfish and greedy. And we could just ignore that idea, whether it's a social tenet or not.
I see someone's question in chat, but I'll ask it after I get everyone in because I want. So what I will say, I see Sunflower and Leophilius. I'll say the same thing that I said to the panel. Try to take as much time as you want, but try to be brief so that we keep on going into open conversation. But we are going right in order. Sunflower, welcome. We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for societies? Welcome on board. And what are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we want to talk about tonight?
Thank you for having me. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, really, I'm still baffled by this argument that atheists put forward, that it's like this kind of idealistic utopian kind of on paper theory that, like, well, technically, if what we're saying like is true and we have all the facts to prove it, there's no reason why, a society or civilization couldn't thrive with atheism, and it's like, okay, just let's do a thought experiment. What if just everyone except, let's say you, and I'm speaking to the atheist here, you and I guess your close knit circle of friends, and let's say like maybe 10 to 15% of the population, everyone except them literally cannot live without religion in some form, theism in some form. Okay, it's just a thought experiment. Like, if this is the case, do you just sort of say, well, like, I guess we have to re-educate these people on their beliefs, and like, or do you just sort of say like, hey, well, you know what, humans are flawed. We came from apes. We are, we're kind of like a lot of us live in conflict. So maybe it's just worth like kind of embracing religion for the greater good, even though let's say you think to yourself, even though it's bad arguments and it's not, and I think it's just totally untrue, and I have all the evidence to prove it. Why double down on this concept that this is like, something that the masses will just be able to sort of like, accept and thrive on? It's so baffling to me that would be the case.
And so I'll let a few skeptics answer, and then we're going to get Leophilius in.
Just quickly respond to what Sunflower is asking about the hypothetical. So you've got about 15% of society that needs religion, or they'll die. So
no, other way around. That was the hypothetical. The hypothetical was, let's say around 15% can like happily thrive like as atheists, but the other 85% will like devolve into like chaotic disorder and like cannibalistic, like feral child stuff.
All right. If they need that, then that's presenting a new requirement for them to live. There's nothing that should be stopping them from being religious, whether they need it or not. If a person chooses that, that's fine. That's personal intellectual sovereignty, I like to call it. Basically, a personal freedom. And the importance is that under an atheistic kind of society is that one of the things about atheism is it doesn't forbid people from being religious. It also doesn't force people for anything. So I expect to see any kind of rule that a person can't be religious being brought into place.
I'm sorry, that's a huge cop-out. We're talking about what's better for society.
No, it's not a cop-out. I'm directly answering your question.
When we talk about what's better for society, when we talk about what's better for society, along with that comes what is sort of the national, what's the most common position, what are communities based on, what is endorsed, what is like you can't just say like, oh, technically you're allowed to be religious in an atheist society. No. That's not the conversation at all. There's
really nothing forbidding it in an atheist society.
There's nothing forbidding being atheist in a
atheism
is forbidding you from being atheist in America, which is a Christian nation.
Well, we have a secular government. We have a lot of Puritan who
actually. There are some restrictions.
A Christian nation.
There are municipal governments that
we're not a Christian nation.
Sunflower, I have a simple question for you.
So, but sorry, yeah, there are municipalities that forbid atheists from running and being mayor or on the city council. And that is, of course, a violation of the national law, but there is stuff going on like that. That's a problem.
This is a cop-out. It doesn't answer my question. So I like you, Randolph, but it
I'm trying to answer your question. Don't accuse me of being
my question.
Here, I mean,
I'm gonna interrupt everybody. I'm gonna let Randolph finish his statement. I want Nitty has a.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Well, Nitty has a question which necessitates an answer, but then I just also want to make a response, and that is going to be P-Town. Just go, if you don't mind, save whatever you're about to say till after we get Leophilius in, because we'll keep on going, which I like, but we just got to get everybody in. But Nitty, you had a question?
Yeah. So, can societies have a widely held false belief? And if they do, is that good for them?
Good question. You're muted, Sunflower.
Wait, was that a question for me?
Yes, it's a question for you. So when you said, how do we tell which is better, and do atheists envision like this utopian world of non-belief, blah blah blah. Let's step all the way back from all that and then just ask a simple question, right? Like, is it can't, and you kind of said we have to look at what's commonly held as a belief, right? And so what I'm asking you is, can there be a widely held common belief that's false? And if there can, is that good or bad for the society, in your opinion?
Yeah, so I would say if it's like abjectly false, that's different than if it's sort of like unfalsifiable, right? So, and this is why it's crucial to. This is what it all comes down to. Like, if the whole society believes that, if you touch ocean water, you'll disintegrate on the spot. That's a lot different than sort of believing that there's a God that created the universe and that you can go to heaven, right? So having an abjectly false belief that like actually severely prohibits your ability to meaningfully and physically engage with your immediate environment is totally different than having a sort of greater sense of whatever it is, morality, God, the afterlife, stuff like that. So I would be careful with your use of the word false there. Like, that's what I would hinge on.
I just want to, first of all, send love out to Stilette. And I would modify that actual question. It's not really about atheist governments versus Christian governments. It really did seem to hinge more on morality. Oh, Beamsy, I feel like we're getting a little feedback. Sending love. But it tends to be, in my opinion, it really was secularism versus Christianity, because atheism is just a lack. It is the lack thereof, and that is the benefit so much of what it is. I don't
think atheism is better for society then. You think secularism is?
Well, I think that having a neutral position, but if the option is Christianity versus atheism, because that's just the structure of the debate, then I think Christianity is detrimental to society at this point. It may have had uses in the past. I think that at this point, it is either hurting us or damaging us. It has a bunch of beliefs that are almost ironic. So, like, what the Christian society says is the degeneracy of the West, it is the exact opposite. It's what makes us strong. And generally speaking, it is their weakness for why they make statements like that. Like, the fact that they do not want to defend LGBTQ rights, in my opinion, is a weakness and not a strength. They try and package it like they are trying to save the world. Like, if we do not start having straight sex right now, the underpopulation problem that we have been plagued with for so long is just going to sweep us over.
How are you defining weakness and strength in this context? Because I'm baffled by how you could possibly justify what you just said with any conventional definition of weakness and strength.
Sure, both in the cultural strength and in the literal strength. So my joke is not to pat ourselves in the back, but the liberals win both the cultural wars and the actual wars. You can see this in Zelensky, who I just have to, everyone should please check out him doing a comedic bit wearing high heels. That's the man kicking Putin's ass over and
so
over.
San Francisco versus the Taliban, who wins?
San Francisco every time.
Wow,
we beat the Jewish. Yes, you don't think the West is a better arms dealer? Now,
we lost to them.
Well, the Taliban won because we left.
No, they won because they didn't embrace, don't ask, don't tell. That's why they won. Yeah, they kicked the shit out of us.
So wait, can I ask, what's a battle that we lost?
We lost abjectly in Afghanistan.
What battle in Afghanistan did we lose? We fought and we lost it because we had a weaker military.
The entire effort. What do you mean? We
So the answer is 0. We didn't lose any because we have a stronger military and we could go back in there if we wanted to waste money because we are the strongest military in the world.
Did we build
I don't even know
on LGBT like politics and ideology?
liberalism.
No, actually, the strong military came first, and then the LGBT stuff came after. It wasn't the other way around. We didn't become the strongest military power because of LGBT politics.
We had a liberal, secular government. And the way that we also structure our military by having leadership at every level and by treating it as individuals instead of having kind of a hierarchy, military commanders from above and then just fodder below, like is in currently in Russia. Like I keep on saying, we have a strength that they seem to not be able to fight. Because the Jews and Christians used to kill us. My favorite thing is they're like, Jewish propaganda is cross-dressing and being gay. I'm like, really? That's Jewish propaganda? They actually have a book. And in the book that doesn't have the New Testament, it says kill gays and don't cross-dress. We have conquered the Jews and Christians so badly that they now have to pretend like they're pushing our ideas on other people.
So did America beat Britain in the Revolutionary War with LGBT politics? Is that how we did it?
No, we beat them with guerrilla tactics because the soldiers there were standing like this, and our soldiers were in the woods. And so they were like, why aren't you going like this? And we're like, because we can just run around.
That's why I'm still trying to figure out what you mean by strength when you invoke the LGBT stuff. Like, what do you mean strength?
Because we actually have something to defend. We are defending our citizens. We are actually giving LGBTQ minorities, women, we are actually giving them rights, making a pluralistic society, which makes all individuals better.
Whether you agree with it or not, Muslims definitely have something to defend. Whether or not you agree with it is a different story.
Well, they have something to attack. They did take Constantinople. They did take Iran recently. I think it was their latest one, if you want to go.
They're willing to die for what they believe in. Absolutely.
Oh, so absolutely. 9/11 proved that. But I don't understand. And I'm so sorry. Leo and Mark were probably like, we're back here, right?
The point is lost on me on this. LGBT is our strength. Like, what does that even mean? It's like a liberal catchphrase.
It means that actually valuing our citizens and treating them as individuals strengthens us. It doesn't weaken us.
How does it strengthen us? In what sense does it strengthen us?
I feel like I'm now saying the same things over and over. How about this? In what way does supporting the LGBTQ weaken us? In what form is it a form of degeneracy?
You use the word strength and you're talking about a country. Typically, it's not just like lofty liberal like thoughts. Like, oh, it's all nice because everyone gets to be happy.
It's a Jewish comedian who I have on film wearing high heels in a music video, kicking a so-called wartime country, trying to say that they are the hail of the nationalistic Christian community fighting the last wave of Satanism.
And LGBTQ plus is not.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
It's a real thing.
Feel like okay.
Like, what are you talking? Like, you think that an atheistic country of like all like the most atheistic liberal country would be like some kind of like
secular liberal
impenetrable power of like they'd probably be the first ones to die in the global war.
I'm saying that the fundies have first world problems, that they talk about the invasion of America when really the immigrants that are coming from these countries are hardworking individuals and families that oftentimes
all theists, 100%, all theists.
I was agreeing until you went 100%. That's just factually wrong.
I think maybe we can get back to like the topic.
Get back on the topic? Sure. I just want to make this last thing. That they have no idea what a true invasion is. They have never actually had an invading. They don't know what open borders is because they think open borders is a bunch of civilians coming over and living their best lives. But you've never had troops. on your border, on your land, on your home, and real strength is coming together as a pluralistic society, as the West has done, as liberal society has done, and continuing to kick these nationalist fundies' asses. Sunflower, you can have as much time as you want to respond to everything, but let's get Leophilius, Beast the Mark, another person who may agree with you. Well, let's see. I've tried to get C Science in here multiple times. We'll see if he actually does. But, Leophilius, what is up? We're having fun. We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for society? And what are your thoughts?
So, how's it going, everybody? Right off the bat, shameless plug. I'm actually... what I'm going to do here is I'm going to get on camera for this while I sip my Ensign Red salted caramel whiskey.
I know what's coming.
With
Time to
some
celebrate.
beautiful A&W root beer. It's actually a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
Oh, man.
And my absolutely disastrously messy hair. Shameless plug right off the bat. I recently hit the 1,000 subscriber mark. Tomorrow at 6:00 p.m. Central Standard Time, and I will leave it up to you to figure out what that is in your own time zone if that's not your time zone. I will be hosting an open mic a stream celebrating this. 6 or 7. Did I schedule it? I think I scheduled it for 6.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I don't pay for StreamYard, and I won't pay for StreamYard, so... I will only, because that's just fucking stupid. I will only be able to allow, but I encourage to join. If more than 6 people want to join, I believe I can still have up to 10 people between in the live stream and backstage. I think that's how StreamYard works. And so I'll move myself out and cycle people in if it gets to that point. But just wanted to do the shameless plug really quickly. Unfortunately I did not see the debate, despite the fact that I want to. It was a tough one, Randolph, but I did have to pick the season premiere of The Curse of Oak Island. I'm sorry, you know how I am. It was 2 hours long. I had to pick. You know how I like my show. Anyway,
that's okay.
Yeah,
that's okay. No problem. I don't impose things on people. You know how I am.
I don't know why Beamsy is like afraid to be in the same room as me. I don't find myself to be that intimidating. I'm kind of a bitch, but maybe that's just me. Anyway,
sending love to everybody.
Oh, I mean, I like Beamsy. I don't have a problem with him. Anyway, moving on. There's a lot of things that I would like to say about what was said because I heard a lot of wrong things. Number one, humans didn't evolve from apes. Humans still are apes. Number two, liberal democracy. Number one isn't democracy, and number two isn't really doing much to aid the development of humans at this point. It's really just restricting it, which is kind of why humans are, globally in the problems that we're in. Liberal democracy is really just a front for a facade for neoclassical political economy, which maintains class society, which is the ultimate source of most of the divisions that we see.
If I can interrupt you,
moving
Ophelia,
on from
Sunflower, he may not agree. He may not agree with you in the way that you would like it. I was going to say, I've seen a lot of Leo's stuff, and he may be a little bit social communist that I kind of open to.
I'm staying tuned.
Leophilius, all back to you. I'm sorry.
And to touch on the topic, is atheism better for society than I think it was specifically Christianity? That's really going to be hard. I don't think that if every human was instantaneously made an atheist that you'd see all that much improvement in society, if I'm being honest. I think there would be some improvement, but only in virtue of... And I don't want to spend 25 minutes on a sociological lecture about the underlying issues that religious beliefs can have. If you want more on that, I would encourage you to watch the debate between Ocean Keltoy and Vosh. People think Vosh did terribly in that debate. He didn't. There was talking past each other on both sides, and I'm not doing an analysis on that debate. Anyway, I don't really think that it comes down to one is better than the other, because I think that most of the woes that we suffer in our society are significantly more broad than what religion you hold to or lack thereof. And so it's going to be in virtue of that I don't think society is going to be that much better under either specifically Christianity or atheism. I think that largely people would still act in ways that are designed to serve their immediate material interests. And I think that this would largely be informed informed by the distinctions given by class society, and I think that the systems that humans live under would largely at least attempt to be maintained. So it's, to me, it's just what's going to improve society goes much, much deeper than our religious convictions or lack thereof. And I'll leave it there.
I just like that you said we need to go deeper.
I agree.
Thank you so very much, Theophilus.
Leo, I just point out, I'm in the debate as well. I'm in agreement with you. Yeah.
And all right,
no, Mr. Squidward. No, that doesn't go in my ass, Mr. Squidward.
Oh my! Now we're talking about the real subjects of tonight. But we have maybe one or two people.
She's actually scared. Like, she usually doesn't comment on stuff, but whatever you just did and said, come on, man.
You know why that is? You know why that is?
I don't know what that was.
Because your wife's a little pussy and she can't handle it. You need to get a new wife. That's the problem.
Nice.
That's rude.
Let's move on.
Yeah.
There's a lot of comments I could say about what I just heard, and I'm not going to make them. I can't. I'm sorry. I'm just going to.
We are going to just add the beast of the mark. And maybe, I mean, apparently, there is, I think it goes in order of popularity for this other person backstage. It goes Madonna, Cher, and then C Science Film Labs. We'll see if we can get him on.
Actually, it goes Madonna, Cher, and then Alanis Morissette. That's how it actually goes.
True. Okay, I'll accept it. And then somewhere in there, C Science Film Labs. We're gonna see if we can get him on to prove creationism. But beast of the mark, we are talking atheism versus Christianity, which is better for societies. Hope you're doing well. What are your thoughts about the debate or the topic itself?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't see the debate. I had some stuff to do this morning, Randolph. I really apologize, mate. I definitely will watch it.
You don't have to apologize. It's okay.
I do. I wanted to see it. So, yeah, I will watch it, though. And hello, beautiful people. Wonderful to see you. Awesome. Yeah, C Science is currently giving me trash because
he left. He left.
Of course he left. Come on, it's C Science. He talks big, doesn't follow through. You know.
See, but I was hoping
relationship he's ever had.
I was hoping it was going to be like a concert, and he was just going to serenade us once again. I feel like he's a material girl. Wait, that's me. Okay. Anyway, back to you, Mark.
I think it's because I've blocked him. He jumps into the chat while I'm waiting, like the private chats, because you can actually message me there. Because secretly he's in love with me. I think just a little bit.
I just love how he comes on. He posts like his blogs in the chat, and he's his like, Google documents. Yes. I have done what Jesus asked me. And
are you guys talking about Angelo?
No, C Science Labs. He's almost as bad, but yeah, I will watch that debate. Which is better for society? And I do have to agree with Leo. If you just switched everybody to atheists, it wouldn't work and wouldn't be a good thing. But like going forward progressively, which is better for societies? Christianity definitely isn't, and here's why. It's because the morality of Christianity is grounded in the Bible, and it's always going to be grounded in the Bible. The one thing about secular morality is that it does change. It's not an objective set thing. It's not an absolute morality that has to stay the same. That isn't a fault. That's a strength. That means that when we find there are things better for us, we can adapt. And I'll point this out, and I have done in morality debates in the past. What's the Bible's take on cloning? What's the Bible's take on exploration of asteroids? What's the Bible's take on whether or not it's a good idea to seed worlds? What's the Bible's take on a Dyson sphere around the sun? None of this gets answered by the Bible or Christian morality. And so what you get is just people interpreting the Bible any which way with no absolutely no thought to what the actual purpose of that moral system is. What are we trying to achieve?
I'd love to respond to that.
I did ask him just a sec. You could be next. I just said in the debate, I did bring this up sort of a little bit about the Bible and defining Christianity from there. And his response was, you're going to find this interesting, I think, is that the Holy Bible is not really a good representation of Christianity. He sees,
That's the first time I've heard that.
Yeah, you're going to find the debate interesting, I suspect.
Probably, if that's the line he's going to take. Well, Bible irrelevant. You heard it here first. Bible irrelevant to Christianity.
Okay, I'm curious. Can I respond to that though?
Yes, please.
Are you curious? Are you bi-curious?
Okay, so here, Mark. Here's what I have to say. Like, and I've heard, and this is really is the constant talking point of this idea of like, well, atheism or secularism, whatever. It can adapt. It's malleable.
Yes.
All right. So again, my question for this is like, when we're dealing with a society, we're not necessarily dealing with people that are, that have an affinity for this kind of modular, malleable way of thinking. Okay, what if it's the case? Hold on. What if it's the case that people, like the vast majority, not everyone, but like let's say 80% of people have some kind of disorder, they need a little bit of extra. They don't. The idea of a malleable thing that can be ever changing doesn't cut it for them. What if they're just deficient? Okay, what if they're just mentally and morally deficient, and they actually need some kind of, even if you want to say, let's say it's wrong and it's a lie and it's made up. Fine. What if it's just the case that humans in our chaotic evolution from apes, that the majority of us, not everyone, but the majority evolved to need some kind of thing resembling religion? If this were the case, do you, in your ivory tower with your other 20% of people that don't need this kind of sugar-coated lie, do you say, oh, well, I guess that 80% of society is messed up and we have to find a way to fix them? Or do you just say, I guess I can just sort of like, I can personally not believe, but I can understand why propagating religion throughout society is beneficial? Are you willing to at least accept the possibility of the latter?
Is there a point in all this?
Wait.
You've asked a number of questions.
Punchline. Are you willing to accept the possibility of the latter scenario, or will you always feel sort of so dignified in that greater than thou sense, and that you have to re-educate and fix the people of the lie, the children of the lie? Go ahead.
When did Mark say he had that mentality?
Let him answer, Leo. Let him answer.
So for a start, when we're talking about morality, so the first part that's really flawed in what you said is you said, well, if 80% had a disorder or this amount had a disorder. Morality is considered...
It was a hypothetical.
Let me finish.
It was a hypothetical, Mark.
Can you let me finish?
No, Mark, it was a hypothetical.
Talk over the top
you can't say I'm wrong. You can't say I'm wrong. It was a hypothetical.
Can someone shut...
Mark, it was a hypothetical. It was a hypothetical.
Sunflower, let me finish, for fuck's sake.
I think all Sunflower's trying to do is to clarify what his point was.
Hypothetical. It was a
yes,
hypothetical.
I understand that. I understand.
So I'm not wrong.
Okay,
it's a hypothetical.
So I understand that. Okay, so when you're considering morality...
Go ahead. It was a hypothetical. Go ahead.
When you're considering morality, morality is considered to be the actions that you ought to take by any reasonable, sane person. Right? So when you're talking about morality, it is a contradiction of terms to say if...
You said right, so I answered, and that's no. The answer is no.
Well, that's what it is. Yeah, that's what it is. So it's basically the actions that are considered to be right by a sort of reasonable...
No, Google it. Google it. That's not what it is.
Okay, let's go to Stanford, maybe.
I think it would just be meaningful to say that morality is going to be ethics is based on the concept of normative virtues, which I think is sort of what Mark is trying to get at.
It's an abstracted theory. It's not about any.
I don't think ethics is a theory. I think there are theories in ethics, but I don't think ethics is a theory.
Morality and ethics are different.
I don't recall arguing that morality and ethics were the same. I don't recall hearing anybody argue that.
No, Mark, morality, which is an abstraction.
Okay, I'm going to put this in the side chat and in the normal chat so everybody can see the definition from Stanford, okay?
And by that, you mean like the SEP, right? The Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy.
Yes. That's one of the definitions. That's the one that I'm using.
Fist bump, Mark.
Well, It's in the private chat and in the normal chat. So that's the definition that I'm using. So there you go. So for a start, and I don't think 80% of people are flawed. And you're sort of saying, well, if evolution requires religion, I don't think it does. I think that evolution basically will do whatever is in the best means of survival. Your point that people aren't willing to consider this, but people do consider a meta-ethical framework just involuntarily. That's what they do. So when you're looking at people that want their life to be prosperous, or their children to be happy, or their life to be good, they're already considering what ought to be done in relation to that. What should we do to get what I value from life? So I kind of disagree that ordinary people don't. They may not think of it in philosophical sense, but they certainly do think about the goals that they want to reach and what they ought to do to reach those goals. So I think that sort of having a system where you can sort of go, well, if you care about your well-being and the well-being of society, you ought to do this, and basically relay that. That's not a hard concept to understand. It's just not. The problem is when you start handing down sort of dogmatic statements from some sort of God, it doesn't actually cross the threshold of, well, what's good for you, your family, your countrymen, your species. It doesn't actually cross that threshold, because you sort of can go, well, what about this example? It doesn't actually help. All that happens is that some people that don't like it will say one thing, and some people that do like it will say that the Bible supports another thing. It doesn't get us anywhere.
Mark, I noticed you only posted the number 2 definition of SCP. Why not? Why'd you omit the number 1? Just curious.
Well, he didn't really omit a definition.
Well, that's a description.
What do you mean you didn't omit the definition? You searched the SCP.
Well, because no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Is that not an omission?
Yeah, so the first one is your description, right? So if I'm talking about the morals that are already in society, that's what I'm talking about, right? So our moral code.
Mark, did you omit number 1 or not? Did you omit number 1?
No, we didn't.
No, I didn't, because
you did not. You saying you did not omit number 1?
What's the first word in?
So by only posting number 2, that's not omiting number 1.
No, he didn't omit anything.
Word in number 1.
What's
sunflower? Sunflower. What's the first word in meaning number 1? Sunflower.
Mark,
what's the first word in meaning number 1?
You omitted. You didn't
sunflower. Answer the question. I said no. What's the first word in meaning number 1?
Mark, you didn't put a number 2.
Why don't you answer my questions?
No. I'm sorry. I'm not playing.
Why don't you answer my question? Why don't you answer my question? Why don't you answer my question? Answer my question.
I asked the question first. That's
why. I said no. No, I didn't admit it. It doesn't apply because I'm not using it descriptively. I'm using it normatively.
You didn't paste number 2 when you posted the definition. You presented it to the chat and to the panel
as if going on in your head. Everything in number 2 is entailed by number 1.
No, that's not true at all.
Yes, it is.
That's frankly.
Would you like me to explain how it's true?
No, that's frankly deceptive.
Explain how it's true.
You did.
So you're not actually interested. So you're not actually interested in understanding the position. You just want to say that it's wrong.
That's great. Yep. This is why college.
Were you interested in understanding the position or not? Did you want to understand the position, Sunflower?
Stop talking, dude.
Sunflower, did you want to understand the position?
No, not from you. Not right now.
So you don't want to understand. So you're not actually interested in analysis. Why is he even in here right now? He literally just admitted he's not here to understand people and engage honestly. He's here to just bloviate.
If you're going to say,
why are we going to sit here and listen to him? Why is he even in the stream right now?
Let me know when you're done, dude.
Yeah, I will let you know when I'm done. And so why don't you be quiet until I do that? How about that? How about if you're gonna ask me to tell you if you're gonna ask me to tell you when I'm done, how about you sit there and wait quietly until I do so?
I will do
so. You guys are literally fighting about the definition of the code of conduct while you're yelling at me.
I'm not fighting about
this. Is ridiculous.
Actually. What I'm doing is revealing underlying dishonesty in somebody's line of engagement.
I think you guys should all go look at that.
The floor is yours, Neo. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I was gonna. P-Town, did you have anything? I know you were about to say something before, but then if not, or if you do, either way, we are going to get Pat Lowinger on right after.
Party Pat!
I can't remember now.
And I apologize, B-Town, but if you think about it, feel free. I'll try and get you back up. But send in love. We are Midnight Ranting, and we are going to get Pat Lowinger in here. Woo-hoo! What is up, Pat? It is fantastic to see you. We are talking atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for society? And what are your thoughts?
Well, I think it's interesting topic. I have my own opinion on it. I definitely think a secular system is better than one that is religiously dogmatic. But I will tell you, and this is no critique on anyone here. Running to the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy, that is a philosophical definition of morality. There are anthropological definitions of morality.
Is morality a philosophical concept?
If you approach it if you approach the concept philosophically versus anthropologically, right?
Well, so as I understand it, anthropology doesn't prescriptively tell us what we ought and oughtn't do. It sort of describes how that plays into society. It's philosophy that actually prescribes things, and that's what morality is, isn't it?
Well, Leo, that was kind of for me. So do you mind if I just quickly say that was my definition of morality, because I was talking about the subject of morality. I'm perfectly happy for somebody else to present their definition and go, okay, this is how they differ. But what I don't accept is Sunflower telling me what my definition is.
Well, you don't accept the number one. I just cited the number one in the SEP that you cited.
Yeah,
it's not my definition.
I can explain why I'm not using it.
Well, no, you didn't though. That's my point. You could have said SEP gives two definitions. I'm using number two, and here's why. You didn't do that.
Yes, I did. I said that's the definition that I'm using, is what I said.
And then you said, no, Mark, listen, you pasted it, and then you said, this is what SEP says. You didn't say SEP says there's two, and I'm using number two because X, Y, and Z. You simply said SEP says this is it, and this is that is omission.
I said that is the definition I'm using, right? And the reason why I'm not using the first one is because it descriptively, when you're talking about morality in that,
you never mentioned that until I brought
philosophy.
It up. It's unreal.
I didn't think I would need to defend the definition that I'm using, but here we are. So the first one applies to when you're describing the morals in a society. So it's descriptive. So if you say, hey, this society has these morals, the morals that are already there is what you're describing. The other one is a normative definition. So it's basically when you're describing what ought to happen. So morality as a potentiality. And that's why I'm using the second one, because it's describing morals as they ought to be, if that makes sense.
But Mark, they're morals that ought to be within that cultural system, right? I mean, that is ultimately what the definition has two parts, one descriptive and one normative. So in a society where X is permittable, it thus is moral, right?
Yeah.
So when we talk about the analysis of ancient cultures and many systems, again, we can talk about modern morality being a philosophical system and ancient philosophical schools discussing morality, right? But morality isn't the sole purview as far as how we describe what morals is. It's not solely philosophy. We have religion too, and we have cultural systems as well, right? Some cultural systems aren't philosophical in their base, right? I'll give you an example. Is it moral to engage in circumcision? If you're in a culture where that's normative, then guess what? It's moral, right? Now we can analyze that in a modern secular viewpoint and say, how do we feel about it as a moral system today, and engage in the philosophy of, people having allowances for it and whether or not it is a normative practice that should be maintained or rejected, right? But when we analyze if something was normative 150 or 200 or 600 years ago, then it's really to say whether or not it was moral then is somewhat a paradoxical argument, because it is moral if the system said it was moral in that time period.
I kind of agree with you, but I differ on one respect, because I'm a meta-ethical relativist. So it depends on what the aims of that society is. So if that society is aiming to please their God, then that may be completely moral. It may be an ought that says, hey, that's what they're trying to achieve. I gotcha. That would be completely rational to say. However, if their goal is for flourishment of their society or promoting the well-being of their people, then that's not even moral under that framework.
Wait, why not?
Because I see morality as a way to achieve a goal, right? So, I don't think there's any hard and fast, you have to do this, like you have to achieve well-being for humans, you have to procreate throughout the land, you have to. I don't think there's anything in the universe that says, hey, you've got to do that. I think that your species could go extinct and the universe just wouldn't care. Exactly. However, once you have a goal like we want to flourish our nation and make it the most powerful in the Middle East, there are actions which will promote that and be detrimental to that. This
how
is
is circumcision? Wait, how is circumcision not promoting the flourishing of a given civilization or human species?
Because it doesn't meet the standards. So I mean, I can't really speak to that. In the instance that somebody is opposed to circumcision, they're going to say it doesn't contribute to the flourishing of society because it doesn't conduce the goals that they think themselves furnish the flourishing of society.
I would
wait a second. Can you what?
I would
poetic,
say that's kind of fallacious, Leo, because it could serve as an ethnic and cultural distinctive marker, and not just of cultural groups, but it could also.
Yeah, but there are going to be people that don't agree with that, right?
If a system's normative, right? If a cultural system's normative, and it's highly normative, then there's not going to be a lot of pushback, if any.
It's atrocious and it creates irreparable harm.
Well, but people can work from a different set of norms. Like, for instance, there are people that think eating dogs is immoral, even though people in like certain parts of Asia don't. So it's more normative to eat dogs in Asia, but that doesn't mean that everybody has to agree that it's acceptable.
I agree.
They might be working from a different set of norms.
I agree with Leo on that.
I would argue that it's not beneficial. I would argue that it's not beneficial to the flourishment of that society because you're basically violating somebody's bodily autonomy. And we know that that does not lead to good outcomes within societies.
You're also violating
the very negative outcomes.
Mark, when you give a child its shots or perform a life-saving surgery on a child, you're also violating its bodily autonomy.
I would love.
Randolph wants to say something.
That creates kind of a paradox, doesn't it?
I would love to
Sip
be able
Sunflower.
I'm going to interrupt here to say good night, Nitty.
Probably not.
No, because you devolve into
I think we should let Randolph say something.
Regarding
circumcision, over to Randolph.
I would love to be able to say I have skin in this game, but it was cut off before I could. And
that's a dad joke on a whole new level. I
suffered
in this game
from that amputation of my foreskin, and it was it's done to the babies without anesthetic. And mine was done by a competent surgeon who was advising it. My parents had no idea that there was a religious incentive behind it or anything, and influence.
Well, there isn't necessarily.
They were just medical advice, but the side effects that I have is one is that there's scar tissue that tears occasionally, and that's painful. And the other one is that I get this pain of a sharp searing cutting. Sometimes it's extremely painful. It's described as phantom pain. So, people say, oh, that's impossible. It's all in your head. Yeah, that's phantom pain. It's in your head, but you still have to deal with it. And there are, when I talked to my family physician, she ruled out cancer, which could cause these kinds of pains. And then she told me that she also has a few other patients who have this same problem with their circumcision. So it's something that a lot of guys don't want to talk about, but it is probably, I suspect, a bigger problem than many people are understanding. Circumcision is completely unnecessary. There may be a few rare edge cases where it's needed, but it's that's going to be very, very rare. We should stop it. It's barbaric. It's a complete.
Well, there are demonstrable medical benefits to it, particularly in parts of sub-Saharan Africa.
How do you feel about braces?
Well, that doesn't really do anything. Look, the point is that circumcision has demonstrable medical benefits, particularly in parts of sub-Saharan Africa, where it helps to prevent the transmission of STDs. These things have been empirically demonstrated.
I thought that was
not.
Well,
It's not as bunk as.
There's a million
it's
reasons
not
why this is the
clearly
worst
done.
argument, like literally of all time. Have you ever seen those things they put on babies' heads to make their skull, the back of their head, not flat?
Yeah, I don't understand what that has to do with the point. Anyway,
No. Even if it was purely cosmetic, have you seen those things? Those skull cap kind
it's
of
called
things.
skull binding.
Yeah. So right. So
What about it?
You would say, look, even if my baby is going to have a weird shaped head and get made fun of for his whole life, I'd rather that than
let me ask Randolph an offensive question.
Wait, why would that be a better life for the baby?
Let me
I welcome offensive questions. Go ahead.
Why would that be a better life for the baby?
So I'm
Just
not,
a
I'm not a
sunflower.
biologist, but we do want the baby's head to grow in
Just
a.
don't go P-Town.
No, it's purely cosmetic. It's purely
Just go
cosmetic.
P-Town. Just go. Just say what you want to say.
Randolph, you're concerned about babies' penises, but I caught the latter part of that debate.
Okay.
And do you really believe
Abortion
that it's
debate.
okay to have abortions or all the way up until the woman's not pregnant anymore? Do you really mean that?
Babies.
What does that even mean?
Okay, you said you support abortion all through the entire pregnancy. The
That's a human
entire
right.
pregnancy.
Okay.
But you have a problem with them trimming their wee-wee, but you're okay. But you're okay with
Yeah, I'm against
killing
child
a baby before it comes out.
Well, actually, I think Randolph would be opposed to both of them for the same reason.
Shut up, Leo. Randolph.
I mean, if you don't want answers to your question, that's fine. Run
I'm
away.
asking Randolph, Leo. Just a minute.
Circumcision is child abuse. Abortion is not child abuse.
But really, all the way up until the very end.
Circumcision is
What if the
abuse.
baby, Leo, zip it? What if
Well, telling me to be quiet is
out?
just going to make me talk more. I'm just going to let you know that right now.
Of course
What
it
if,
will.
what about
will.
when the baby's halfway out? Like that doesn't make a difference then? Is it half okay to kill the baby then, or what's the deal, man?
Well, you're not killing a baby.
Leo.
I agree.
Yeah,
with
you
Leo.
just don't want to engage with somebody who's actually willing to challenge what you're saying. That's the problem here.
I was being offensive to Randolph. I want to give him a fair shot.
This is not my joke, but I support abortion up to year 7. But we're just gonna keep on going on.
Just really quick. Really
How old
quick.
is?
That's not my joke. That's someone else.
I got it. How old is Sunflower exactly?
I'm over 12 and under 60.
Okay, that narrows it down a little
Okay,
bit.
so really quick, just a quick blurb.
Tell me
Quick
the
blurb.
number and I'll support abortion.
This is from hopkinsmedicine.org. Quote, sometimes when a baby sleeps in the same position, the soft plates may develop a flat spot or uneven appearance. This common condition is called plagiocephaly. It is not dangerous to your baby's brain.
No.
If the condition does not resolve on its own, your pediatrician may recommend repositioning, exercises, or helmet therapy. This is a cosmetic thing. Are you guys saying that if your baby gets this,
no,
it's just, hey, I'm not going to infringe on my baby's head. He's going to be born with an anvil-shaped, lopsided, oblong head.
It's not just cosmetic, though.
He's going to get made fun of for his whole life, but I don't want to infringe on my baby's right. You realize the psychotic nature of that?
I don't understand your point.
That concept.
Neither do I.
I don't understand your point.
I'll steelman it, but I think you're wrong.
Understand. It's about infringing on the bodily rights of a so-called
He is
baby.
basically saying because
Like-
they changed the cranial of the child, it is the exact same thing as circumcision. But I disagree because I am not sure. That is true. That is completely cosmetic. But even if they were just trying to make it so that a child would have an easier time in society, I really don't think. Like, it's really easy to just sit here and be like, "Oh, you just doing it so they don't get made fun of." Have you ever been through like high school? Oh my goddess! Like,
no, I'm supporting it. I'm not opposing circumcision. I'm saying both are not only permissible but potentially beneficial in a given society where it's the norm.
But here's the difference where it breaks down is that, like, generally speaking, you don't have people just running through the streets with their genitals and then being judged because of them, where you generally have, had to
Oh, no.
say maybe not, but I would say you don't generally have to deal. You generally have to deal with people's faces.
Yes, no.
every single day.
I don't think that people are getting made fun, bullied in like 5th grade because they somehow whip out their dick in like during a reading hour, and everyone's
It
like,
looks like an anteater because it's not circumcised.
Yeah, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is whatever the cultural reasons are, it would be if it's like the norm and it for whatever reason, not just necessarily getting bullied, but it doesn't really matter what it is. What if you know? And my theory on circumcision is that basically you think if honestly if sex feels too good, the kid can't succeed because he'll be like constantly trying to have sex. No, I'm serious. I actually
What the fuck did I just hear?
If you're sorry, your argument for circumcision is that if people think sex is too nice and pleasurable, they're going to give up on life. Is that seriously your?
Yes.
No, he's trolling.
Amy, can I put this conversation up on my channel? Please let me put this.
That's an
oversimplification. 100%, Mark.
Wait a second. Mark, have you ever heard of these women that have like nonstop orgasms? Like
yes.
It's a very rare.
Yeah, my wife.
Hold on. Yes. Okay, it's a rare disorder where they're like it's called like hypergenital stimulation or something. Like these women, like there's women that have nonstop.
Yeah,
orgasms.
do you know your mom has it? What?
Hey, Sunflower, I hate to break it to you, but I'm not circumcised and I don't have non-stop.
So when you windmill it, it's like a real windmill. Like it creates
I'm
sorry, I had to.
I'm not talking about every individual person. Well, first of all, Mark, I don't know. You say that, but like in reality, you didn't build Rome. You're not a titan of intellect, and you're not Einstein.
You're saying people built Rome because they were circumcised?
Einstein was circumcised. You're not. I rest my
Hey
case.
guys, I'm sorry. I never built Rome, even though it was built thousands of years before I was born.
Yeah, look, anyway,
What
if
a
you
fucking
wanted
failure.
to advance, no, you're not letting me. You guys aren't letting me talk. If you wanted to advance the, as
You're
John
saying
Stuart
absolutely
Mill,
ridiculous things.
as
No,
John
I'm ready
Stuart
for
Mill-
it. Get me there.
John-
Get me there. My friends
as
are ready.
John Stuart Mill described, the sort of higher pleasures, the non-physical, sort of animalistic bodily ones. If you want people to focus more,
What does it mean to be non-physical?
The intellectual pleasures, maybe you do want their body and their genitals to be less immediately sensitive to stimulation because, you know.
What are non-physical pleasures?
I actually would
like
mine to
why
be
are
more.
you trolling me, dude? Are
I'm
you
not.
that-
I'm asking you a question. You made a
John
statement. I don't know
Stuart
what you
Mill
mean, so I'm just trying to figure
John
out what it
Stuart
is.
Mill
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
hadn't actually. I'm sorry. I
Google
wasn't actually done. So I'm
Google
just trying to. I'm
John Stuart
sorry.
Mill.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I'm
You asked
sorry.
me a
I'm
question.
sorry. I wasn't
No,
actually
let me be
done.
done.
So
I'm answering
I'm
the
just. You said something, and I'm just trying to understand what you meant. What is
You
what is
asked
a
a
what is a
question.
non what is like a non-physical urge or desire?
Yeah.
What is that?
John
What does that
Stuart
mean?
Mill.
I'm sorry, but that doesn't tell me.
Google it.
That doesn't tell me what it is.
Leo,
Did
I
you
know
have an
you're
answer?
not
So you don't know what it
college
is.
educated.
So you
Never had
don't
a-
know what it is. That's fine.
You're not college
I'm
educated.
still
You're
trying to
unemployed
wrap
and you're
my mind
single.
around-
No, that's
So I
fine.
know
If you
you're
don't know what it
ignorant.
is, that's fine. You can just say that.
Leo, Google John Stuart
Yeah,
Mill.
you don't know what it is.
There you
That's
go.
fine. That's okay.
No, I literally do know what it is.
No, okay. So then, what is it? Tell me.
It's things that don't immediately arise from stimulation of your
Every
physical
loves
body.
me.
That's what it is.
And what would be an example of something like that?
Like, you know, a fond memory or playing. Or
Fond
listening to-
memories have nothing to do with the physical brain.
So stupid. Why do we even let shit like that? Dude,
Yeah, because you
scratching
don't actually have an
Yeah.
answer to the
But
question I'm
scratching
asking
an
you.
itch is different than
So,
having.
do memories have nothing to do with
Don't
any physical
interrupt me
parts
if
of
you're
the
gonna ask
body?
me a
Is that what you're
question.
saying?
Don't interrupt me if you're asking me a question. Scratching an itch is different than.
I didn't
having
say
an
anything about
invasive-
scratching itches. I just don't
Listen,
understand why you're bringing that up. I asked you a question. You
Right.
said memories are an example of like a non-physical
Okay,
experience.
shut your
And so what
mouth.
I'm wanting to know is, in
You
virtue
don't
of what? In virtue of what are memories non-physical?
Oh my
I
god.
don't
Dude,
So,
You
how are
know,
you this fucked up,
right away.
dude?
so
How are you
Sunflower, you're
fucked up?
gonna have
Like-
a statement, but then I want to ask you a question. and
Stimulation
we're
of
gonna
your
bring it all the way
skin
back
versus
around.
stimulation of your mind. Like, there you go.
If it's continually itchy, you need to go see a
That's
doctor right
It's
away.
funny because we actually know like what parts of the brain
Tell
memories
me
are
something
generally
about
stored in.
fucking
So
toddler.
when you say that memories like aren't like
You
a
need
physical
to
thing,
talk
you're
and
just
talk.
wrong.
You need a job and a girlfriend.
No, the problem is that like I'm holding you to account on the things that you're saying, and you don't actually have arguments. You don't actually have arguments to give, and so you're just running away by trying to just insult my character and things like that instead of addressing the things that I'm saying.
Not get answers, dude. If you ask rhetorical questions, you're gonna get an answer from me. So shut the fuck up.
I didn't ask you a rhetorical question.
Yes, you did, dude.
What question did I ask you that was rhetorical?
I think this is an example of how Christianity is good for society.
Oh, what's it different?
Fixed it. Thank you so much, Uncle Beck.
What I'm talking about, dude? Like,
When did I say anything about scratching an itch?
Shut the fuck up, you.
Yeah, because you don't ever.
All right, so
fucking loser.
we are going
This is an
to
example.
bring it
Are you
back
getting
around.
angry,
Is
Sunflower?
good
Still live
for
with your
Sounds like
society.
you're
parents.
getting angry.
Dumbass.
Why are you getting
You're
so
not
angry?
intelligent. You're a fucking loser, dude.
Yeah,
We are
you're
going
you're getting
to
very angry,
reset.
aren't you, Sunflower?
Yeah,
All
because
right.
you're a troll.
You're
a
getting
fucking
angry. This is funny.
troll.
This is funny.
I'm sure it's funny when you live with your parents.
All right, guys.
So
Wow, neutral corners.
Why I actually live with my grandmother, my mother, and my nephew because it's easier to do that.
Leo,
have to drop it, Leo. Come on.
And hey,
come on.
family, it doesn't matter if it's blood or just people that earn that title. That is what we support. But I want to ask Sunflower or P-Town, because we have our two theist
Wait,
Christians
Sunflower,
here.
are you a Christian?
I
You
was
don't sound
going
like
to
a
ask,
Christian.
maybe kind of like
Sunflower's
Sunflower, are you
finally
a Christian?
quiet.
All right, so John Stuart Mill's higher and lower pleasures. Higher pleasures are pleasures caused by the
Oh my
exercise of
goodness.
our higher faculties.
dear.
But listen, Leo
Sunflower.
won't shut up. You won't let me talk.
Yeah, but you didn't say higher and lower.
Are
You said
you-
not
are you a
physical.
Christian?
Now you're
Oh,
just
no.
you're just walking
This is an
backwards.
example,
Shit.
audience.
Dumb little bitch. Shut your
Yeah,
fucking
see,
mouth.
you're just so angry because you
Just
don't
let
have
him
any
make his
argument
point, Leo.
for it.
Come on.
Yes.
He doesn't
And
have
also-
a point to make.
I know, but you're not going to agree with it anyway. But
And-
Well, it's
Let
not
him make
that I don't agree with it. It's that he actually
Yeah,
doesn't have a
lower
point. That's
pleasures
why he's
are
resorting to
pleasures caused by
insults.
the exercise of our lower capacities. Do you want me to elaborate, you fucking dumb troll piece of fucking garbage? You fucking worm loser, dude.
Do you even
Like,
remember the question that I asked
Did I
you?
ever- did I ever say? Did I ever say? Did I ever say? Like,
So you don't remember the question that I initially asked you? I don't think you do. I don't think you've been tracking the discussion at all, in fact.
engage
Can you
with the
show me
fucking
that you've been tracking the discussion?
Engage with
What was the
fucking
initial
concept,
question that I
dude.
asked you,
I
Sunflower?
think at this point
It's
it's
both.
just a back and forth. There is
We're
no
gonna have
No,
to
Amy,
move on, guys.
Amy, everything I'm doing is intentional.
They
All I'm
both-
doing is
No,
revealing
no,
how
you're good.
dishonest
I understand.
Sunflower is. That's
You
all
know
I'm
my
doing right
views.
now.
Amy, they both need a
But it is-
timeout.
But I,
Please,
I
just put him in
just try-
timeout.
Well, I'm trying. I would rather that we just go back.
Like, that
The
pathetic.
atheism
Whenever Leo
versus
gets back
Christianity.
into
They need a timeout, Amy. They
I am
need
getting
a
there.
timeout.
Yeah, they need to go backstage. If
So, Mark, how you doing, man? How are things?
Yeah, good, buddy. Good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
nice to see you. Nice
How's
to
it
see
feel
you.
to be home? Have you managed to relax yet? Like settle back in, or
Yeah. I mean, I got a lot
good
of work
stuff.
when I get back, but yeah, it's all good.
Yeah,
Um,
good stuff.
I'm kind of bummed. I was gonna go over Christmas out of the country, but now I am gonna go to a conference in New Orleans instead. But
Oh, cool.
we'll let things simmer down before we jump back into
Yeah.
the quandary of
Oh,
moral systems.
dude, I hit 500 subscribers, so I'm halfway.
Congratulations.
1K.
Yeah, I saw that
Yeah,
stream.
thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, oh, awesome. Thanks, Pat. I
Somebody
really
in that
appreciate it. But
stream? I don't even
a big
remember.
props to Leo as well, hitting 1K.
That's right.
What
That's
a
We
awesome.
need to
chat.
do this.
you.
Both right down here for Mark,
Oh, thank you.
and then we have right down here for Leo Felius. We should be getting Mark monetized, and now we got to get Leo. The climb continues towards now. We got to get 10,000. It just starts all over. So, but we're gonna all get there.
yeah.
I'm in a similar ballpark as Mark. I've got 600 and something subscribers. It's relatively.
That's right. Let's get Randolph up
Nice.
here
Let's get
too.
Randolph. Yeah.
and that's everyone in Canada. Like every person, every Canadian atheist is already subscribed to Randolph.
I apologize. We need to beef up our population.
Well, get to fucking come on.
But I do
That's
think, going back to the original question, Mark, I think it's important to discuss modern moral systems versus ancient ones, and the fact we want secular societies, right? rather than those that are based upon religious tenets, right? That we can come up with systems that are completely inclusive versus exclusive, right?
Oh yeah. Well, I don't think.
Well, I think your secular stuff is also kind of dogmatic. I think it's getting that way.
What?
How's it getting that way? Let's get it. Let's jump into this. So explain to me.
Secular doesn't mean an absence of religion. It just means religion doesn't have a bearing on how it progresses. It's not exactly. We're not trying to force out religion. I was just about to say this, that we don't have to do away with religion. We just have to make sure that our systems are religion neutral.
I'm pretty sure. I'm saying it's going to go that direction. I'm not saying your view is. I'm saying that it will.
It'll go from secularism to just outlawing religion.
Look at the examples around the world already. I mean,
like
here,
what?
Let's take abortion for an example. Okay, in China, they pretty much force abortions.
Yeah, but that's for population control reasons. That has nothing to do with secularism.
So now it's okay. There's my.
But I mean, they're an authoritarian regime.
Did I say
none of us are advocating for that?
Or what is what I said that has to do with population control and has nothing to do with secularism?
And China's not forcing.
Why are so many people like completely misrepresentative of what people are saying in this fucking live stream?
P-Town, we're kind of saying that the reason why a lot of people don't like abortions is religious based, and not all of them. Some people just base it on other things. What we want to try and do is base our reasoning for that on the well-being of society and individuals in it, both the physical and mental well-being, or at least that's where I'm coming from. I won't speak for everybody.
Sure. So I'll give you an example. Let's say we okay abortions, right? We okay abortions so that now, as long as the person was raped, okay, well now it's as long as as long as the mom's life or health is in danger. Okay, and then it gets to the point where now, how do you define health? Oh, well, now it's also mental health, right? Because now this baby's inconvenient. And you can't deny, Mark, the majority of babies that are killed are because of inconvenience.
That's not true.
That's a fact.
For a start,
it's not.
Babies. They're fetuses
of
course that's
True.
embryos.
How stupid are you?
The majority of fetuses.
What are you talking about?
Secondly, I have to basically say that the rights of the woman to use her body and to have her body used for what she wants it to outweighs the necessity for that child to use her body for anything really. The whole
sure, I agree with you, but you understand my point though of how it is a slippery slope. So if you think that it doesn't go, secularism doesn't work its way into its own dogmatic thing. Then I would have to take a stand.
Slippery slope is an actual logical fallacy. Just because we go one step doesn't. Well, slippery slope is a logical fallacy for a reason. I'm not saying it couldn't happen. I'm saying just because we take one step doesn't mean that all of these other ones are going to follow necessarily.
Well, it's like when they say if we allowed gay marriage, then we'll allow people to marry animals or inanimate objects. So that's a good reason why we shouldn't allow gay marriage.
The broader point is that the things he's saying are going to result from this aren't even extreme. Like saying that a woman has a right to choose how her body is going to be used, and arguing that the centralized state apparatus should not have the ability to legislatively force a human being to carry a child to term is the most libertarian position to take. You'd think that the anti-big government conservatives would be against the centralized state apparatus legislatively forcing women to give birth to children, but they're not, because it's not about being against the government. It's about control.
I think
they're against forcing you to put an army in your house, but they're not against forcing you to carry a baby in your womb. That's
for the record. I think it's wrong usually, but I don't think it should be illegal. I think it should be legal, but I think it's almost always wrong because basically a woman was like in the moment said, "Oh, just nut me," or the guy was like,
How do you know that? That's actually not true. In fact, women push for the use of condoms more than men do. Did you know that? You can Google it if you don't believe me.
No, it's both parties' fault. But
women, no, it's not. Women utilize contraceptives drastically
always
more
going to come
than
back
men
to
do.
these two
It's
finding something
men.
stupid to talk about.
Men get women pregnant.
You have to
And
put them in the
men
back, or
refuse
it's just
to
going to be
use
those two
contraceptives
talking
when
about
they engage
nothing.
in sexual
It's all
activities.
men's fault. It's all men's fault.
I didn't
Fine.
say that.
Well, no,
You're
I don't
doing
feel-
everything you can to ignore or charitably understand
all I'm
any
saying is
nuance
that
in what anybody is saying.
The majority of abortions are because people were having sex and in a moment of passion or just negligence, they just chose not to use
That's
protection.
actually not true. A
That's
majority of
100%
abortions are
true.
performed
Flying
because
through
the
his
baby
teeth.
doesn't serve the
Flying through his
interests
teeth,
of the
flying
woman.
through his teeth, flying through his teeth. The majority of abortions.
Thank you,
Saying that I'm
Leo.
lying isn't actually like a demonstration that anything that I've said is
It's
false. So if you
proven
want,
that
if you want to
selective-
like actually
they're what are
show
called
that the
selective
things that I'm
abortions.
saying are false, you're
Yeah.
more than welcome
Yeah.
to do that. But
That's
simply
fine.
blindly claiming that I'm lying isn't going to cut it. And I'm
blindly
going to
claiming that I'm
continue to
saying it's false.
interrupt you every time you
That goes
don't
both
address a
ways.
point that I made.
So, Pat,
Okay,
how you
that goes
doing?
both ways.
Abortions are bad.
The majority of
virtue of what?
abortions are
Ice
elective.
cream is good.
Do you know what an elective abortion is?
The
Right.
majority of
Ice
knee
cream.
surgeries are elective.
Killing babies
The
is
majority of
bad.
organ transplants
That proves
are
my point.
elective.
That proves my point.
In
What's
virtue
an
of
elective
what?
procedure? What's an elective procedure, Leo?
One you choose.
Oh, okay. So it
It's
wasn't
bad for the baby and bad for the
Most
mommy.
medical procedures
Um,
are elective.
It's
What do you
actually
want?
better for the
No,
mother than
do
carrying
you
it
know-
to term. Women
do-
still die in childbirth. She's got a
You
more
guys
of a
know the
risk of
data.
carrying it to term.
The self-reported data on 1% of abortions are from, like basically coerced sex or like freak accident, because it's not more than half.
Do you have literature on that?
It's not more than half.
Do you have literature on that claim? Can you cite it for me in the private chat, please?
Hold up. I have the
Babies are nice.
liberal source actually cites that. Just give me one
I
minute.
don't want a liberal source. I
Okay.
want an academic
So-
source.
So, P-Town, I think
I'll get
like,
the
the
best
whole
source
idea-
available. Give me a minute.
yeah, the whole idea that sort of babies are nice is as an argument, it's just an appeal to emotion. We want to do what's best for society and individuals, and unfortunately, we have to give, and I do say unfortunately seriously, because I think that if in a perfect world where we could have artificial wombs, we wouldn't have to lose these babies. We could take them out and we could womb them and grow them. Then you'd have other problems like the state raising children, but that's beside the point. But the thing is that when we evaluate whether something's good for society and the individual or not, we've got to put some reasonable rights for people to have on their bodily autonomy and the way that they can protect themselves. And whichever way you look at it, I mean, babies are nice, sure, but childbirth inherently has risk. It just does. And not just risk of death, which it does. But women still die in childbirth. Don't forget that. They do. Not only that risk, but also risk of associated medical conditions and associated prolonged illnesses and mental health issues.
You're the epitome of an example of what I was saying. I was saying you start letting women and have the right to have an abortion.
P-Town, there is no reason to force somebody into going through something that is not only a risk to their life, but also maybe very detrimental physically and emotionally and mentally. There's no reason to force somebody to go through that.
Your perspective is the whole thing about carrying a baby and giving birth to it. Yeah, it's a traumatic experience. Yeah. Oh, and then using that as an excuse to abort it because it's not good for the mom. That's what it will ultimately lead to, and that's not a good thing, Mark. That's not a good thing because there's too many screwed up relationships out there where a woman is going to make this decision. Oh, this isn't the right time. This is inconvenient. And for that reason, she's going to make this decision because it's socially acceptable to kill her child. And that's not acceptable.
You're not killing a child. See, you got the thing that y'all are like refusing to acknowledge.
Leo, do you have
the
children?
language that
Do you
these
have
people
children,
are
Leo?
using that's irrelevant to the point is the language that these people are using when they're talking about. You're letting it just fly over. These aren't children. They're fetuses. They're not the same thing.
I'm gonna call it a child.
You can call it that.
I'm going to call it
You're
child.
wrong.
Whatever you want.
You're wrong. You are as wrong as if you pointed to an acorn and said,
My baby was
or
the
pointed
same in
to
the
an
womb
egg
as she
sitting
is
on
now.
the counter with some
My baby was
flowers.
the same in the womb as she is
That's
now.
a cake. You're as
But looking-
wrong as you would be in those instances.
Yeah, but the important thing, and I think, and I'm not trying to, derail the argument, but most women who have their first abortion already have one child. So this isn't just women electively. Now the second most common are women who don't have a child, but the most common group of women having abortions, their first abortion, are women that already have 1 to 2 children in the United States. So
I would like to see that statistics. That's interesting. I'd like to see that.
Well, you can go to the CDC and look it up, because that's where I just pulled it from, but I closed the tab. So when we look at these issues regarding rates of abortion, if people already have children, I do like when we talk about moral systems as well. We talk about P-Town. You're saying this system, right? But you're approaching it from a very Christian perspective, and I'm just going to say that because when you look at other religious systems outside the United States, other religious systems don't have the same problem that with abortion that, for example, Christianity does. Judaism, Islam. There are other world religious systems out there that do not take the same position as Christianity.
Well, Pat, I don't want to cut you off, but I just want you to know that I'm coming from my past, which I was an atheist. I thought it was beneficial for the society to actually enforce that people had a license to have babies. I thought that extreme, because you actually think about these things as an atheist. You think what's the best way to propel our society? You're a young kid, you're going into college, you don't believe in God. In fact, all the religious people make religion look stupid, and you go into college and you think these kinds of things. And now I'm coming back from that, looking at that perspective and saying I was wrong. So just to emphasize that.
Why are we letting people
throwing the hypothetical out there?
Say these dishonest things? Like,
no,
we just let P-Town perpetuate the idea that college is evil and corrupting our children.
I don't think that's what he was saying.
Terrible way. But he did. He said all these kids are going to college and coming back thinking abortion is okay. Now, obviously, he's leaving himself open, and it's intentional, to plausible deniability as to what it is he's actually implying there, but it's obvious that what he's implying is that universities are these liberal indoctrination center. Like, that's obviously the point that he's trying to get at. Well, it's obvious. Well, you can think that, but you don't understand how American.
I remember going into a youth group and saying the exact same thing.
Yeah, I probably don't.
I remember going into.
But P-Town, I couldn't say something because I wanted to say something, and that's the idea that licenses may be beneficial to society might absolutely be true. That might actually be the best thing you could do for society. But what we don't do is prescribe what people can do with their bodies. And something might be beneficial to society, but harmful for the individual. And we have to balance those, because without well and healthy mentally and physically like people, we're not going to get a healthy society. So these things
Christianity too.
Balance, right? So you can't just say, hey, whatever's best for society we'll just do, because then you've got sort of a totalitarian regime that doesn't let anybody eat any beef or do anything that they want to do. No, that's not what we're after. We're after a healthy balance of individual rights and benefit for the society in a way that one supports another. Does that make sense?
No.
Well, let me ask you a question. How many children should we as a species, let's just say each coupling pair, just to make the math easy, how many children should people actually be having? Not be allowed by the state, but how many children should someone have?
Who are you asking, Pat?
Either one of you that are on the other side of this issue. Well, let me ask a couple questions. Do you think every act of copulation should have the potentiality to result in pregnancy? Basically, you don't believe in birth control.
No, I don't put myself in those boxes.
Okay, so
birth control is okay with me.
Yeah. What about morning after pill?
Right. But I don't believe in abortions for.
No, but Mark's going down the exact line of question that I was going to.
Oh, sorry,
he's got a bigger brain than I am. So
sure.
So physical I'm going to say various forms of contraception. You're good with all forms of contraceptive, including like something like the morning after pill.
I would be okay with the morning after pill for some reason. I think that would be okay. But if you're gonna go even just a couple weeks or even a month, I think that woman's, if she's pregnant, then
But
what we need is a month after pill. That's what he's telling us.
Right. Well, the other thing too is this is something where I know a little bit about. Like, again, embryology was a way long time ago, right? Back in 1990. But if I remember embryology class correctly, I don't think pregnancies are detectable from 21 to 28 days. And that's using back then science technology, right? So
I know that's not true.
Really? So
yeah, I just have firsthand never mind.
Can you actually let's look that up. How many days after conception?
2 weeks. Modern pregnancy.
I just experienced it. So
okay, so what's the accuracy rate of detecting pregnancy 14 days after conception? Because I know it's not 100%. I think it's in the 70s. But again, I'm going off of really old data. But I could call my wife up and ask her, and she'd know this.
Well. I mean, it depends on what you're actually asking.
Right.
If a mother is confirmed to be pregnant within that first 2 to 3 weeks, then yeah, she's most likely pregnant. But like she could be pregnant and then you couldn't test positive for another week or something like that.
So you're saying the physiological detection is more accurate than the scientific detection? Like a woman.
I don't even know where we're going now.
Well, I'm just saying, like, how long do we give women to determine after,
right,
they've had sex, right? Either unprotected.
I see where you're going with it. Yeah, right. It sucks because so when I was in college, I remember with my girlfriend, we had that hard talk. Hey, what are we doing if an accident happens, right? That was, back in the day. So,
accidents happen.
Right, and I have a different view on it now, but
let me guess, you're married in a stable relationship long term?
Yeah, I'm married.
Imagine that. I'm just saying, so situationally, 20 years ago, or whatever, how long ago, you were okay.
I wasn't Christian then. Yeah. Well, we had that talk. We were trying to be safe, and all that stuff.
So what you're saying is your moral system shifted due to one, your adoption with religious system, but also what we'd call your lifestyle now, because you're in a monogamous relationship and you're married, right? Which so you have the financial institution necessary to allow you to support a child, right? If you have one, right? You have a kid, we can afford it.
But that's ultimately what I was getting to. When it comes to having abortions because they're not convenient, specifically, typically, financially, or in a relationship sense, I don't think that's a good thing.
Why not?
There's just because people are screwed up, man.
That's
when is
not
it ever going to be?
Like, why is it? Why should I give birth to a child?
children
I literally do not have the financial or mental capability to successfully raise. You think that's a good thing?
What if
I think you would finally grow up, Leo. You would finally
you're
grow
not
up and
answering
be a
the
man.
question. I just asked you a
That's what
question
would happen.
and you went off about something that's not related. So let me ask the question again. Do you think it's meaningful and worthwhile for people to bring into this world children they do not have the financial and or the mental capacity to raise?
When I was in college and I was giving
I
you
don't
the
care
example,
about when you were in college. I'll ask the question a third time.
I'm answering
Do
it.
you think it's meaningful? I want a yes or a no. I don't give a fuck about his college. It doesn't matter. Yes or no. Is it meaningful for humans to bring into this world other humans they do not possess the capabilities to raise in whatever way? Yes or no? Is that meaningful and worthwhile to do?
I am one of them.
I didn't ask you that. Why won't you answer the question that I'm asking you? I'll ask a fourth time. Do you think it is meaningful and worthwhile to bring into this world children that people do not have the capability to successfully raise?
Yes, I'm one of them.
So you do think it's meaningful?
Yeah.
So you think it's meaningful for parents to bring into this world a child that will go hungry at night because they can't feed it, right? Is that what you're saying? No,
I'm
I
one
just
of
look.
them.
I just want clarification on your answer. You answered the
Now you know
question.
how
Now I want
frustrated I was
clarification.
getting, dude.
So if
Now
parents
you're in my shoes.
bring a child into this world and they can't feed it, they can't provide. They can feed it, but not in any
Someone
meaningful way.
mute
They have
Leo
no
for a
idea
second.
of where the food is going to be coming from. Do you think this is okay? Like, do you think that's a good thing?
So what I think is going to happen is I'm going to let answer Leo's last question if you'd like, and then I know there are some comments that I've been lagging behind with the number of questions from chat.
Just for the
So if
record,
you want
that's how I
detail-
Am I
felt,
good?
Leo, when
Okay.
you were
Yep,
cutting
you're
me
good,
off.
detail.
That's how frustrated I was when I was trying to just say.
I'm not
Bodily
frustrated. I'm baffled at
Okay,
this
fine.
person's
No,
dishonesty.
Leo.
I was
Sunflower
fine.
said he was frustrated.
Then let me apologize. I got frustrated because when I thought I laid out a simple concept, and I'm not gonna derail us here, but I thought I was saying like, look, I'm differentiating between sort of mental and physical, and I felt like you were kind of interrupting.
Well, no, I
saying
just
that
asked you what the differentiation
are
was.
same way you think P-Town is not answering you. That's how I
He
felt. when
isn't
I was
answering
trying
me.
to present
Okay,
a
well
simple
let's
question.
guys,
So
let's
here-
not derail. I hear you,
apologize, but
Sunflower.
That's
I
why I
hear
was
you.
frustrated.
But we're just going off on a side tangent. I really want to hear
You're right.
P-Town's
I apologize.
justification. No
Sorry
no
about
worries. I just
Carry
want
on.
to hear P-Town's justification for people who cannot raise a child. It's a good thing that they raise a child. I really want to hear this.
So do I.
Okay, so when I was an atheist and I was a freshman in college, once a week they would do a Bible study thing.
What
in our
relevance
dorm
does
room.
this have to the question?
Like, if
Just
I can
let
get
him
there, I'm
answer,
trying to
Leo.
make it
Just-
Well,
short.
could you
Leo.
just tell me what the relevance is before you give me a 5-minute story that
Now you know
probably
how I
isn't
feel,
actually
Leo.
relevant?
Now
I mean, if
feel.
it has
Let
relevance,
him
it shouldn't be
go,
hard
man.
to just say what it is,
Now you
right?
know how I felt. Now you know how I felt.
Okay, so I go and I hang out with them and I tell them that I think that why not have a license to have a baby? And then I tell them, according to my worldview at that time, I should have been aborted. I told them I think that I should have been aborted. My parents, they met and I was born 7.5 months later. Okay, they didn't have anything. We lived in a tree house full of rats, and that's who I am. I came from that. Should they have, according to your worldview, Leo? Yes.
No,
I
you're
shouldn't
not
be
asking
here.
me questions here. You're answering mine. And just so that I can be sure that you're actually tracking what I'm asking you, can you repeat what my question is back to me, please?
I'm not doing this, Leo.
Yeah, because you don't know because you're not listening. So I'll ask a 5th time. See, this is why I do what I do. I don't have tolerance for people who are this fucking dishonest. I've asked this question 4 times. Mark understood the question. He wants to hear an answer. I
You
bet
repeat
Pat
back to me
understood
what
my
I
question.
just said,
I
Leo.
bet Amy understood my question. I bet Sunflower understood my question, surprisingly, but I bet he did. I bet Jane, or he's not in here right now, Randolph understood my question. I bet if I asked all of them to repeat my question back to me, they could. You can't. So let me ask a 5th time. Do you think, or rather, in virtue of what, is it meaningful or good for parents to bring into the world children they don't have the capability to raise?
And so P-Town answer, but then no skeptic answer because I think there is someone that sides with Sunflower and P-Town that wants to ask a question. So I'll give you guys another chance to respond. But P-Town, your response. And no one ask another question as much as you want to.
Again, Leo, I wish there was a perfect answer. I am an example of one that I formerly
Example of
thought
what?
should have been Can I just finish talking?
Can you answer my question that I've asked 5 times that you couldn't repeat back to me?
Also, I'd like you to know that my wife's an attorney and she represents.
I don't care
people
that your
who-
wife's an attorney. I want an answer to my question. Are you going to give one?
She represents people who are.
So you
losing their
don't. So
kids,
that's
like
fine.
getting
Somebody
taken
else
by-
can go. He's not going to answer my question.
She represents people who are going to lose their kids from CPS, probably in the most vulnerable situation. Even the people who are on drugs or have mental issues, they all love their kids dearly. And then it does, like one of the attorneys in her firm has a picture of a giant abortions check, $10,000 that she wrote or whatever for abortions in rainbow colors up in her office. My wife's on the other spectrum, of course, right? Because we're Christians. So I understand where you're coming from. Like, should these people actually have kids? I get it. It's not beneficial for society, but I think that I think
you're
that it's
good on your
wrong
final
to have
sentence.
abortions.
And okay, on that.
Wait, so you're saying that it's not beneficial?
No more questions. No more questions, because this is a question for all the for the skeptics, I think. So, Samir, and welcome to the stream, Samir.
Right.
Lovely to have you on here with us. Which is harder, giving birth to a child or raising it for 18 years? So why not birth that child and give it one to one of thousands of desperate couples that are applying for adoption?
Because a person doesn't have to go through the bodily changes that come with that. Why should a woman be legislatively forced by a centralized state apparatus to go through all of the physiological and psychological changes associated with pregnancy? Now, the reason that men, and I would almost guarantee it was a man that asked that question, the reason men don't ever consider this is they have no fucking clue what any of this entails. I did want to clarify, I'm not drunk, I'm not upset, and I'm not angry. There's just at least 3 people in the chat that have no idea how to deal with people who are explicitly dishonest. It's not their fault. They're not bad people. But I just wanted to clarify that.
Send in love, Leo. And so
Really
all the skeptics can go have a point as long as we all go in order. But we can get around to everybody.
One of the most important things to keep in mind is that pregnancy is extremely dangerous. It is life-threatening, but justification should not be required for someone to make a free choice about their bodily autonomy. I agree with everything Neil just said as well.
It's not extremely dangerous. It might be like somewhat dangerous. Anyway, devil's advocate against Samir, really quick. Samir, that was the worst. Look, I probably agree with you on some stuff, Samir, but that was the worst false dichotomy ever. You gave 2 options. You gave giving birth or raising a child as the 2 options. You realize that the people you're asking the question to are advocating for a third option, which is aborting the pregnancy before having to do either of those. That was a really bad question, in my opinion. I'm sorry. Those aren't the only 2 options, and these people are explicitly saying that in order to avoid either of giving birth or raising the child, there might be instances in which a woman would be justified in aborting it. So I think that was a bad question. Unfortunately, I don't think it was good. But hey, thanks for super chatting.
Woo-hoo, thanks for that response. And then it looks like, Mark, you sound like you have something.
Yes, thank you. So I do agree with Leo and Randolph, and what you've got to understand is it's not just the physical changes. There is a risk of death, and it isn't as low as you think it is. It's like 20 per 100,000 live births. So it is very low. But the question is, should we have the right to force people to risk their lives, for any risk, for our own beliefs and what we believe they should do? Or should they have
COVID vaccine? Probably a higher death rate.
Sunflower. I didn't interrupt you, mate. Come on, show some
True.
respect.
COVID vaccine, though. Death rate.
We're not talking about that. That's a violation of terms and service. Please, Sunflower. What was I saying? Right. So you can't expect somebody to violate their bodily autonomy because of things that you want as outcomes. So I don't have the right to take somebody's blood against their will. I don't have the right to take their kidney against their will. I don't even have the right to inject something into them against their will. That's not how we treat people in our society. And it's not how we should treat women in our society. We've got no right to expect them to risk their health and even their life in order to preserve what we think they should do.
And medical technological advances are the reason why the people are surviving more all kinds of dangerous scenarios and dangerous medical conditions. And so you go back 100 years, even it's not that long. You don't need to go back that far, and you'll find that there's a lot more deaths of people from pregnancy.
Yes.
But okay, if you want to go down this rabbit hole, then I didn't come up with these arguments. But if you picture a woman with let's say a 1-year-old child, and they're in a village, a cabin, and it's snowy, and the only food source would be breastfeeding for the woman, that's her bodily autonomy. By this logic, she could refuse to breastfeed the child because she doesn't feel like it. Child could die, starve to death, and that the same argument you could use for, you know,
well, not really.
How what's different?
The normative virtues.
Oh, so now we're going back to the.
So in one instance, you could say one oughtn't raise or give birth to and raise a child in virtue of not possessing the resources, whatever they may be, psychological, financial, what have you, in order to do so. And an instance where there's a starving child, where like almost every human is going to say you ought to feed the child, and where I would bet most women who had the capability of successfully breastfeeding would in fact do so.
This is not about
so the disconnect here, if because I haven't finished actually, the disconnect here is that there's going to be a difference in the normative virtues, and it's going to be in virtue of that difference that there's going to be an asymmetry between those analogies, such that they're actually disanalogous.
Well, I'm fine with the disanalogy. Wait, I'm fine with the normative virtues being disanalogous. That was never the argument. It's about an abstraction and bodily autonomy. So you can't invoke a disanalogous normative virtues when the entire argument.
What was the relevance of what I said to your point?
It's entirely relevant. It's about bodily autonomy of the woman.
Of what?
Period. No, it's about bodily autonomy of the woman above all.
And bodily autonomy can be changed in virtue of different normative virtues, correct?
Normative virtues in a society are that the woman must carry the child of her rapist. Are you then saying that?
I don't think that those are normative virtues in society.
If the normative virtues in a given society are that she must carry the child of her
rapist.
Not
an answer to my question.
No, let me, Leo, you can't just talk over everyone every time.
Yeah, you can't just go off about dumb shit that doesn't have anything to do with what you were directly asked, which is why I'm stopping you.
You just invoked normative virtues in response.
Do you even know what I mean by that? Tell me what I mean by that.
Yes, I do.
Okay, tell me what I mean by that.
I'm going to answer you. Okay.
What do I mean by normative virtues?
Yeah,
Show me that you're tracking the discussion. What do I mean by normative virtues?
For you two? Are we going to have to go spray you to pull you apart? You two.
Leo, stop.
I swear.
Stop what? Well, stop holding your feet to the fire on claims that you can't substantiate.
Let me answer the question. You said
what question did I ask you?
Leo, just stop.
I'm trying to make sure you're tracking the discussion. I don't want to engage with somebody that can't track. What question did I ask you?
The normative virtues of the given society.
What do I mean by that?
If they are that a woman must carry her rapist's baby. Okay, then in that case,
what relevance does this have to the question I asked you?
Bodily autonomy would be secondary to the normative virtues based on what you just said. Go ahead.
You're not answering any questions. You have no idea what I'm saying.
You guys hear Leo and you think that he's actually responding to what I
see. You're not actually answering my question. You probably couldn't tell me what my question was.
Like
I don't really care what the panel thinks. What I care about is getting you to answer questions and stop being dishonest.
Engage with what I'm saying.
You're not engaging with what I'm saying. Are you going to tell me what I mean by normative virtues? Are you going to show me that you're tracking the discussion and you understand what's being said?
I will give you the floor.
Notice how when what I do is ask simple questions that are designed to ensure that the person I'm engaging with is making charitable attempts to understand what I'm saying and is actually trying to track the discussion, they freak out. Why do you guys think that would be? Why do you think they would get angry, upset, start insulting me, dodging the questions, when all I'm trying to do is ensure that they're tracking the discussion?
Leo, because it's a
derailment. You think it could be because they're not tracking and they just want to hear themselves lecture people about things unrelated to what's asked?
All right, Leo, it's a derailment tactic. Go ahead, restate.
What am I derailing from?
I don't know why I'm engaging with this.
What am I derailing from?
I'll humor you.
What am I derailing from?
The fact that
no, you claimed I'm derailing. What am I derailing from?
I'm going to answer you. Leo, do you even understand how conversations work?
So you're not.
I think this is going nowhere, guys. Stop.
This is
just
fucked up.
No, Sunflower. Come on.
It is.
Stop.
I'm trying to answer. Let me answer
This is going nowhere.
Okay, Leo. Yes, you asked me. Okay, you gave a scenario where the normative, I guess, what was it? Virtues of the, breastfeeding the child being present would be such that whatever, everyone would agree on that. And then I tried to respond, and then you interrupted me by saying, "Do you know what I mean by normative?"
Well, stop, Sunflower. Just go on to make your point. Let's not get into the meta and argue about the argument.
No, I wanted to originally do that, but then Leo was interrupting me so often.
Well, just do it. Just go now. Okay, just go.
Fine. I'll just do it. I'll try. So, of course, the original point was about bodily autonomy, taking precedence over anything else. Of course, the normative virtues would come secondary to this concept of bodily autonomy. And
I don't think so.
Well, there we go. Leo's interrupting again. So the point of the thought experiment was that if you think the bodily autonomy of the woman is it's going to be in front of any of the normative sort of societal virtues that exist, then the thought experiment in which the woman would be compelled to use her body and her breast milk to feed the baby, that would apply to that also. Doesn't matter how many people democratically think it's wrong. You would have to apply the same standard that whatever the government or whatever entity is deeming is trying to deem that abortion that a woman should carry a child should also deem that a woman cannot be compelled to use her body and her breast milk to help her toddler, even if that means the toddler dies starving on the floor next to her while she plays World of Warcraft. That was the point of the thought experiment.
Wait, do you think normative virtues can be personal?
Guys,
please?
So you can. I'm gonna but Mark is going to be the last person to respond momentarily because we got to get Flum and Samar in, and they're probably going to be the last people for the night. If anyone would like to join, now is the chance to do so. The StreamYard link is in the chat. But Mark, my one request.
Why don't we get to follow up?
Oh.
I just have one question. I just wanted to ask him if he thinks normative virtues can't be personal.
Sure, but if you don't like his answer, you can say
fine.
so, but then just don't have a follow-up. So I'll let you both.
That's fine. I have no idea what that means.
And I'll even let End Sunflower, you can respond.
Go ahead, Mark.
Yeah, I'm stupid.
Okay.
Everyone else gets my question, but you don't. Go ahead, Mark.
So the bodily autonomy, under bodily autonomy, that woman cannot be compelled to actually physically use her body. But what has happened here is upon the initial birth of the child and the process in where she doesn't abort the fetus, she takes on a responsibility to care for that child. And it is the taking on of this responsibility that she would be violating, not a position where she can exercise her bodily autonomy, but for some reason she has neglected the child, and that is the responsibility that she's violated, not that she doesn't have the right to exercise her bodily autonomy.
Good answer. What if she never wanted to keep the child and she just wasn't able to abort it?
Then she should have been able to abort it.
And we can keep on going back and forth.
Now she lives with the child in the cabin. She didn't want it. Couldn't have aborted it. Now it's here.
We'll cross that bridge when we come to it.
But
if she never wanted the child, if she never wanted the child,
comes tumbling down. The house of cards comes tumbling down.
If she if she never wanted the child, then it can be demonstrated that she did not have the opportunity to take responsibility to care for that child. Then you would basically say, well, she has a right to uphold her bodily autonomy. In Sunflower's situation, and this is what I wanted to put to him, is that if someone was there and she refused to milk the child, would you hold that woman down and force her to give milk against her will? And that's something that Sunflower, he knows I was going there and he doesn't want to answer. So
also, James is spending his time in hell right now selling timeshares with Gilbert, and I did not kick him, so he either left or DC'd. Sending love to both Sunflower and Pat
Gilbert Gottfried?
Yes, we share, all three of us recently have decided to share an apartment for the next 5 trillion years, and so a small, lease. Exactly. But we're gonna get Flum in here and Samar, and I think they're gonna be the last panelist of the night. So all I'll ask is that you keep your intro pithy, but say whatever you'd like. But Flum, what is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism Vs Christianity. Which is better for society? What are your thoughts about the debate, the topic, or anything we're talking about? I can't believe you would say something so bold and yet so true. Can you hear us, Flum?
Talking about my mom that way, that's just despicable.
Also, I You're a little bit quick back. But let's get
Wait, hold on.
I'm here.
Oh
now.
no, he's here. Gotcha, Flub. All yours. We're gonna get, and I see Samar and Pseudonym behind stage. You're in that order and queue.
Who is
Flub, all yours.
typing? Who is typing in the background? Can you stop typing?
Beast.
Thank you.
Beast of the keyboard.
My mic should have been muted for that. I'm not sure. Hang on a sec. Let me tell me if you can hear this.
Yes.
We can hear
Yes,
it.
we can.
Why is
It's
my
very
mute not
loud.
working? I'm
It's
sorry.
very
I'm sorry.
loud.
I have a mute program and it's obviously not working. I do apologize. Give me 1 second.
It's okay. I know that feel because I've had to do, especially when it's like in OBS and you have a separation. Or now I'm discovering when you're on Discord and there's like a separation before the Discord debate that you're in
Amy.
and like the StreamYard thing that you're doing. Yes.
Do you use a PC or Mac?
So I have to make this joke every time, but I go both ways. And so I have a PC and a Mac. But I mostly use PC. But
How
yeah.
familiar are you with OBS Studio on a Mac? Are you like reasonably familiar with like how to, operate things? I don't need somebody
would
with like
have
a
to see so much of the difference. I would imagine that OBS is not that much different on a Mac. Like the only time that there's major differences is like Final Cut is a Mac only program and stuff.
How do
like
you
that.
like it? I'm assuming you've used it before.
OBS?
Do you think it's no Final Cut? Have you used Final Cut?
Final
before?
Cut? Oh, I love Final Cut. Yeah.
So would you say it's fairly user friendly?
How do you like it, Amy?
Yes.
How do you like it?
I like it. It's weird in that
bit of a learning curve.
They have somehow created a different pipeline than Adobe. Like, it's just a different way of handling film editing. But no, I would say that there's a you could definitely pick it up without too much.
Right on.
It's just different. It's like the difference between Maya and ZBrush in 3D modeling, where one is pushing and pulling, and the other is more like clay.
Okay, that kind of helps a little bit, yeah.
Because
I use iMovie, and I didn't know I just wanted to see if Final Cut was like a reasonably user friendly.
So Final Cut is fantastic and industry standard, and all the there's just I'm trying to remember. They have a specific process with like Adobe. It is like you're going in there and you're cutting, but with Final Cut, it's more like you're blending. It's really hard to explain, except for you'll feel it. You'll go in there. It won't be too hard. But yes, sending so much love. I can't believe for my nonlinear editing class, for my first editing class, I sent in a video. Once again, sending so much love on how to do a smoking video. You'll appreciate this, Leo. And I cannot believe that I got a B in the project, a B+ that said never do that again.
Hey, can you hear me typing now? I just want to test this.
No, I heard the mute activate.
But we are gonna get Samar, Pseudonym, and Danny. That's so fun. We're getting such good people.
Wait, Amy, is this Danny, or is this some other Danny?
Yes, it is.
It's Danny. Okay. I hope
unless
he's been
this
listening.
is a troll Danny.
Can Flum get a chance to speak?
Yes, go ahead.
Oh, yes, Flum, did you not get your intro statement? The floor is all yours. We are Midnight Ranting on Christianity versus atheism. What is better for society? It's been getting spicy back and forth, but It has been good conversations. What are your thoughts? The debate, the topic, anything in between?
I like the headline. That's sort of where I'm coming from. I'm an atheist, but the place where you landed on the abortion. That really got me riled.
Politics and religion, those are the two subjects.
Yes, absolutely.
But yeah, anything specific you want to say on it? And if not, either way?
No, I'm just...
That's okay. Welcome on board. But we're going to get Pseudonym and Flum, or Pseudonym, Flum has on here. We'll get Pseudonym and Danny on here, and then we are going to head out into outros. But Pseudonym, welcome on board. We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity, which is better for society. What are your thoughts about the debate with our lovely Randolph Richardson? I thought he did amazing, though I'm a little biased. Because I thought Mark Reid also did, once again, the skeptics, they're just so amazing. But Pseudonym, lovely to have a Christian theist. Welcome on board. What are your thoughts?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Or as I should say, good.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Amy, always for having me on. James, P-Town, Mark, nice to see you. Randolph, obviously you were the highlight. But as far as my opinion, I do think, as far as society, I would say that Christianity is better, even though I myself am not a Christian. But I think it's that too many Christians are probably indoctrinated. I would see that they don't see their own contradictions, and they're not willing to accept inerrancies in the Bible. But I think it's because of that they see a different, weird little perspective of arbitrations, just like saying that love and truth are kind of the hallmarks of what a society should have. And even though I guess they make that analogous to Jesus himself, that's where me, myself, and even the atheists can draw
but
contradictions.
Doesn't most atheists agree with that?
Right, but that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying that the atheist doesn't believe in truth and
beauty,
doesn't believe in love.
All
right.
those things. Yeah.
But I'm saying that
I can tell you we do. I'm an atheist.
No, I know. I'm just trying to draw on the... I'm just trying to take advantage of the intro that I...
Yeah, just let him do his intro, Flum, and then we can sort of, address it, I guess. Thank you.
But I was trying to say that a lot of Christians, even though, like I said, I am a theist, but I'm not a Christian per se, but I think they don't see their inerrancies and their contradictions, that they're just willing to accept the same thing as an atheist. But their explanation is obviously God, but I would not side more with the Christian. I would just side more with theism. But in this topic, I would say that I would agree that I am wrong. But I hope that there was something in there that we, like Flume said, that there is something that we can agree in. And maybe that's better for discussion rather than disagreeing with each other verbatim. And that's pretty much my intro. But thank you.
I find there's many things that agree on, even though they have disparate views on many topics. So, yeah, that's great. Thank you, Pseudonym.
And thank you so very much, Pseudonym. And actually, before we go into open discussion, I just want to get Samar and Danny on here. Samar, what is up? We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity, which is better for society. What are your thoughts?
Hi, Amy. Hi, everyone. Hi, Randolph. I got a chance to talk to Randolph before.
Hey, how are you?
How are you, Randolph? I hope you're doing well.
Good. Let's hear your intro.
Oh, pretty good, pretty good. Besides what's wrong, everything is wonderful. My
day
thoughts,
above ground. Good day.
Exactly. I'm not a Christian. I'm not a Christian, but I would side with the Christians on this point. The reason why, in my opinion, is because if we look at the society, if we look beyond the laws of the land, beyond the man-made laws, the Christianity offers all these good things for the society where people are ought to help the needy, help the poor, feed the hungry, and many things like that. And you would see that if somebody is in distress, usually whether in the United States or in any other country, they would try to seek help at a church, or they would find people who have no gain in the matter, and they're volunteering to help others in the name of Christianity, not because the Constitution told them so, not because the law told them so, but because there is this higher law that they believe in that told them that they're supposed to help these needy, they're supposed to help these poor, these hungry, these elderly, these women, these children, these and they do that. And then if we go outside of that and look at the how is atheism helping the society, I see that it's not doing any of that, because, and the number one reason I believe there are a lot of good people that are atheists, but it could not be generalized because it's subjective. This is like the preaching of atheism. It preaches this subjective morality, and this subjective morality would land you with all kinds of different opinions that even two atheists would not agree on. So that's why I support the Christian foundation when it comes to the help it provides for the society. The time that if we remove that, I don't see the atheists taking those positions to do that.
Two things. One is that atheism groups have been discouraged for a very long time. It's only recently that we're starting to see atheism groups come together and actually starting to help people. So things are starting to change, but we're just at the beginning of it. The churches have had the monopoly on this, and they're well promoted for it. So yeah, there's a lot more churches doing a lot of community involvement and community efforts. That part's true. The question I have for you is, which standard of Christianity do you think would be the correct one? Because there are at least 20 or 30,000 denominations of Christianity all over the place.
Like I said, I'm not a Christian, but I have a lot of friends who are Christian, and I see that based on that belief, based on that upper law that they hold so dearly, they are willing, they are trying. In their heart, you can see that they're trying to help others based on that law, even if they don't want to, even if they don't want to wake up in the morning and go serve soup in some homeless shelter, even if they don't, but they're doing it because they believe that there is a higher power that will reward them for doing that deed. I mean, an atheist can never say that. They can never say that I am pleasing a higher power. I'm gonna do this even if I don't want to.
No, but I can say I'm pleasing myself and other people important to me.
Sure, but
and that's subjective. And that's subjective. And it would be that would be some of you.
So what is subjective? Anyway, we should Danny here.
Also, I just want to bring up one thing, and Randolph's in the middle of this thought. And then I'm gonna say something, and then I want to get Danny on. But Randolph, you're in the middle of it. Go.
Religion isn't exclusive when it comes to people being motivated to do good things. And a lot of the people you mentioned going to the church for help because of seeking a higher power. That may be one reason. Other people will go there because the church has a reputation for helping people. They may not be religious or following that particular religion, but they're trying to find community, and the church is known for this. I predict that over time, atheism groups will become just as prominent. It'll be a while because there's a lot of catch up to do. The churches have been doing this for 2,000 years roughly with a free hand, and atheists have been put out of politics and put out of everything. All kinds of influential things have been passed up because of the divisiveness of Christianity. And so atheists have been passed up on all kinds of opportunities to excel and contribute to society in ways that would be really nice if we could have over time. So the vilification and stigmatization of atheists is waning. There's still a lot of work to do to get rid of that. That's part of it. There's a lot of different things that have to happen. To say that this is solely because of Christianity, I think is incorrect, because it boils down to the people who run these organizations, and religious affiliation is very easy and attractive for people because they get all kinds of advantages from governments that give out tax benefits. I run an atheism organization here in Canada. We don't get any tax benefit for being an atheism organization, and I am opposed to organizations gaining tax benefit just because it's all centered around people believing something. It should be more tangible than that. I'm taking too long.
No, Randolph, beautiful points. Absolutely,
Ramen. I just want to add that often, because the majority of theists are moral realists, they kind of just say theism is moral realism.
Are they moral realists, though?
Is subjective. Well, I mean, I don't think
so, honestly.
So let me get to my cake. Exactly. So they basically will say that is the dichotomy. It is either theism with objective morality. It basically, this standard that can never change is always right. And then there's just the atheists with their subjective morality, which is just hippy dippy, whatever you feel like, just go with the flow, man. Why aren't you doing? But I would say that it's really within the atheist community, it's split. Not exactly 50-50, but a wide range, a plurality of views. I find myself a little bit stuck because my ethics is based on situations, but I also take into considerations that a lot of creationists don't like, because I base it a lot around biology and consciousness and things that are very more scientific and not philosophical, even though some of them have philosophical aspects. But I think that I can make ought statements, for example, and it is not because of just my opinion. I think that I can make ought statements going to, not to get just too spicy, but like circumcision again, to where I'm okay with it if you are 18 or older and deciding that you want to do it. And I think we can and should go into countries that they're doing this to women and say this is wrong. And it doesn't matter that this is you have religious freedom. I want you to practice as much religious freedom as possible, but this is wrong. And so I guess my main thing is you'll find people like T-Jump who are completely moral realists. They're 100%. They believe in objective morality, and T-Jump will tell you that an objective truth is a truth claim as much as the speed of light. And then you will find atheists who will say it is completely subjective. My co-host, one of them, I think Randolph, is a subjective. And so it's really a plurality. And so, and then
subjective.
I'm also very subjective.
So notice hold on 1 second, and then just here's the one thing, the thing, because in my eyes, I view that I think that morality has both an objective and subjective qualities.
What?
And it will. So I think that it's based objectively in biology and conscious agents. And so once you accept that,
I get what you're saying.
You now have a game theory that you can work with.
Yep.
And so, and then in the counter, I would say that a God is actually my thing inverted. It's like the worst of objective and subjective morality. It is this mind, this subjective mind that makes things objectively good just by it in virtue of being so.
Amy.
Yes.
Can I just piggyback really quickly off of what
Absolutely,
you said?
and then I feel
promise
really bad for Danny. So you are the last, not me, not anyone else. You're
That's fine, because I also bitched about being back.
I would like to answer if you don't mind, Amy, after him.
Sure, and I
go ahead, Amy. No, it's your channel. Go ahead.
Well, can you both hold on then?
Yes, I can. I can hold on.
Let's both hold on. Yeah. And we're just going to get Danny in. Danny, what is up? We're midnight ranting on atheism versus Christianity. What is better for society? And we want to know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I think there should be a distinction between would society be better with the current Christians in power or the current atheists in power? That's one question, right? And for me, if you believe that Jesus is God, that he died and resurrected, and you believe in some kind of form of the Trinity, that's compatible with any set of political views, communism, capitalism, socialism, any kind of political theory out there. There's not going to be a tension there in principle. So you could have a Christian that brings about the sort of, in the way that I just defined it, brings the sort of values that you care about in society, and you also may not find that to be the case, like in the actual world, where a lot of my values kind of conflict with the average Christian's values. But same with the atheist. You could have a very an atheist with very strong capitalist, or an atheist that's very strong communist, right? I mean, so I guess theoretically there's not a good answer to the question, but in some kind of contingent fashion, it might be better that at least the atheists I know have political power rather than the Christians I know. So that's kind of my perspective.
Can I piggyback off of what you said, Amy? Like I said, it'll be a really quick point.
Sure, and we're just gonna. So I'm gonna try because I like to keep it under the 4 hour. I like to keep it under the 3. So we have 15 minutes, and then I'm going to try and make everyone have short-ish outros so that we can try and do that. Sure.
Yeah. So first off, I agree.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Randolph.
Sorry. I have to step out for about 10 or 15 minutes. I'll come back. Hopefully you'll all still be here. It sounds like a good time frame. Thank you.
Sounds
Thank you.
good, Randolph.
Right on, Randolph. So first off, I actually agree with a lot of what Danny said. I think there's just a lot of nuances. He worded what I was trying to say when I first came in a lot better than I did. There's a lot of nuances to these things that we're going to have to consider if we're going to, determine which one's better. But anyway, notice how when I kind of made it obvious that I didn't understand what Amy meant when she said that she thinks morality has an objective component and a subjective component, she immediately explicated what she meant. And I made it clear that I was tracking what it was that she was saying. Now, all I want to know is, why is it that when I pressed this with 2 other people, they were incapable of doing the same thing? Notice how I didn't get the same frustration with Amy. So is it that I'm just a douchebag who's trying to control conversations? Or is it that I have no tolerance for dishonesty and dodging questions?
I think it's the first one.
That's fine.
I'm joking.
Though I will say, if I can make a point, Leo, I feel like I saw in chat that I think you and Sunflower at least got either a temporary ceasefire or even better. So that makes me happy.
And Sunflower actually do get along. Me and him have actually had our own private conversations, and we've made really good progress. Sunflower isn't as I'm going to be honest. When he comes on, and he's kind of admitted this to me, when he comes on streams, he does troll quite a bit. If you're able to get a more serious discussion with him, you'll discover Sunflower is not actually as bad as he sometimes comes off as. So I guess you could say there's some history there. Me and Sunflower kind of know each other a little bit, but
oh my,
it is frustrating when I ask direct questions that literally it's like, yes, that's what I believe, or no, that's not what I believe, and I get statements about people's college experiences or things not related even remotely to what I'm asking. And just add on to that quickly, it's that when people want to say, hey, would you mind if I clarified that answer? They don't ask. They don't say, "Hey, can I? I'm going to clarify this a little bit. Give me some time. I got to give a framework for this." If you tell me that before you answer the question, that's different than going off and immediately starting with something that's obviously not related to what I'm asking. Anyway, we've got pseudonym here. We've got M. I can't remember the name here because it's hidden by the www.patreon.com/Amy Newman, which you should check out. And we've got Danny here, so we should move on.
Leo.
Yes, sorry, I just wanted to. I was in line to reply to Amy, if you guys don't mind. I just want to point this out. Like, as much as we try to stay on topic, the problem is there are a lot of derivatives that get addressed and not answered, and by not answering them, it feels like they were absolute truth, and a lot of them are wrong and false, and it could be like strongly debated. And I just wanna point a few out, like right now. Number one, like we talked about circumcision, like if it was a cut and dry thing. This is not an atheist or atheist topic.
Literally.
Yes, I mean, let me just lay this egg and then boil it. The Mayo Clinic, okay, which I would say is a higher authority on the subject than any of us.
No.
Good old mayonnaise clinic.
No. We have studies all over the world that says that circumcision is bad.
Well, we don't actually.
We do.
Okay.
Unnecessary.
No, we don't.
Yes.
The Mayo Clinic, the American Academy of Pediatrics. There's several European organizations, and there are several activist organizations in Africa promoting the circumcision of men. They say at a point when they are capable of consenting to it, which I don't disagree with, because it helps.
You realize you're answering the question I didn't ask yet.
I haven't actually finished. It helps to ensure more cleanliness with respect to genital hygiene and reduces. I can cite these studies as well, by the way.
Back their foreskins, then their moms have.
You can't always clean properly.
Also,
simply
I
by
just want to send out
pulling it
accents out there, because I think Flum agrees with Leo, and you're both arguing with Samar. Just want to point that out.
Well, I don't agree that circumcision should be banned or discouraged. I think it should, much like abortion, be left up to the people and their doctors to decide.
No, it should be banned.
No, it shouldn't.
I
don't know many
Now you two are arguing.
that agree with that.
We're debating.
Well, it's not genital mutilation.
It is genital mutilation.
Well, okay, so in virtue of what is circumcision mutilation?
Because you're taking a part of the genitals.
So I think it should not.
So are you saying that circumcision is severe damage to the body?
Let me put in my 2 cents.
Yes,
I think that it should be banned.
And hold on one
second. Severe.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mark.
Body.
I think it should be banned in cases where a demonstrable benefit cannot be gained from it. When it's just to do with religious practice, and like you're pointing out a benefit of it, like in sub-Saharan Africa, where they don't maybe have access to showers and things like that. I understand that you're saying, hey, sometimes there's a benefit, but let's allow it where there's a benefit, and not allow it when it is just the mutilation of somebody.
Should we disallow abortion where it has no benefits?
Sorry?
Should we disallow abortion where it has no benefits? Where a woman says, look, I just don't want to have a kid, we should disallow it because there isn't necessarily any real benefit to that, right?
Kid is a benefit.
No.
So I just wanted to say here, according to Wikipedia, mutilation or maiming refers to severe damage to the body that has a ruinous effect on an individual's quality of life. Something I do not think circumcision would fall under. Now, hold on here, really quickly. To land the plane, I'm just going to keep going. To land the plane, the article also says it can also refer to alterations that render something inferior, ugly, dysfunctional, or imperfect. Now, what I would argue, because I haven't actually finished what I'm saying, is that inferior, ugly, dysfunctional, or imperfect are all going to be normative terms, and so
guys, gotta be able to hear both of you.
Meeting the definition of mutilation is just going to depend on what someone means by mutilation. It's going to depend on the standards that one is using to determine what that actually means. And so in the latter instance, I just don't think that's going to be entirely meaningful with respect to understanding what mutilation is and any potential relations it may have to circumcision.
And I'm going to ask, can someone get us back, whether it's a reach around, hey-o, or not, back to atheism versus Christianity,
hey, Amy,
whether it is better for societies? Oh my!
Daddies want their boys' wee-wees to look like their wee-wees. That's why.
Hey, Danny.
That's it.
So
yeah, what's up? What, Leo, I didn't see. What's up?
Oh, are you looking at the screen now?
I'm looking.
Amy mentioned reach around.
Oh no, it's a salad.
I went like this, and then I went, "Hey, Danny."
Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry. I like fucking with people.
Yeah,
honestly,
I know I've met people that in at least in North America, isn't there a stigma against uncut people?
I have heard that.
I would argue that there probably is some, whether it's a majority opinion or not. I don't feel confident enough to comment with respect.
Let's say there were, and let's say it's not just it's a sexual stigma. So it's like people don't really care if you're circumcised or not if they're not sexually interested usually. But let's say that because I've had sexual partners.
More of an aesthetic stigma.
I'm
yes,
saying that
aesthetic. That's what we're talking about, Leo.
Okay. I'm saying that there are I've met people who have said that them not being circumcised has led to sexual issues, and that people will overlook them partners or not even consider, and or make them feel self-conscious.
I can't really comment to that because my penis is beautiful and circumcised.
I don't know if that's totally true. I've never seen this.
I heard that sentence in full somehow.
That's a bold claim, sir.
Let's say that's true for sake of argument.
Danny, yeah.
Let's say that's true for sake of argument. It doesn't have to be true to make the point. Then I think you might have a reason to circumcise your kid.
I would agree with that, actually. Yeah, I think you are going to have, in such an instance, I think it is that you can say there are going to be reasons why I think
this proves my point that daddies want their babies' penises to look like theirs.
Oh my God!
Being uncircumcised leads to potential health issues in the future, and the only way to avoid them is to be little extra more careful and be little more extra more clean than other people, and you're making your child have to do that in order just to be normal. He has to be extra more cautious and extra more have little extra more hygiene just to match up with other people that are circumcised. Number one. Number two is the fact that when my parents circumcised me when I was little, when I grew up, I never remembered it. And I was just blessed and happy that I was circumcised. If I was to wait until I was 18 and then when I was conscious of the pain and then I had to make that decision for myself and walk into the doctor's office and have him cut me, then I probably wouldn't have done it. So you got to think of that aspect.
Well, I don't think there's
I just want to say something
with it. Number one and number two, my penis is circumcised, and I still wash it. That's all I want to
say. I'm going to give it to all of you. I'm going to give it to all of you. First of all, kinky, but we got 2 to 3 minutes. So the panel, we need to figure out abortion, circumcision, and all of the theological problems in the next 2 to 3 minutes before outros. But Mark, the floor is yours.
Well, I can do that.
So I don't think, Leo, that basing it upon what is conventionally aesthetic is a very good idea. If we thought
I don't do that.
scarification, well, yeah, I'm just addressing Danny's point. If we thought that
sorry.
scarification was a good idea, I guess my problem is, where do you draw the line on what you want to do to a child that becoming aesthetically pleasing? This does include female genital mutilating, because we've only been talking about guys at the moment. That you could include that in that as well. Well, if that makes her more attractive, then
but they're not the same.
Should we ought to do
headbanding, feet.
Can we let Mark finish, please?
Yeah, could you please? The whole idea is that we should be basing, or I think that in my morality should be based upon more of what's pleasing to others as far as aesthetics, and more upon what is beneficial medically. And that's why I said to Leo, if there's a medical benefit for doing this procedure, sure. But if you're mutilating it for no medical reason, it's a procedure that can cause issues. It can cause all the things that Randolph laid out. So I think it's dangerous to do so if there's no medical reason to do it, like all procedures, really.
I think it can cause those things. But I want to respond to Mark. But if you found yourself in a society, maybe this is not the society, but let's just say hypothetically, that where women, let's say you're straight, where women heavily preferred circumcised penises, then would you have a preference for what your parents would do to you as a child?
I would probably still want to be uncircumcised. I still don't think that it justifies, unless you're talking like 100%, people are absolutely ostracized. But that could be applied to any number of things that could be detrimental to the person growing up. That we wouldn't see that as doing to do to a baby, because it is or it could be possibly harmful for them upon maturation. So
so you don't believe the medical benefits?
I don't think we're disagreeing too much, Mark. I'm just saying there isn't a point where you and I would say that, okay, if the stigma is that bad, which I would agree that if people are being stigmatized based on their uncircumcised dick, that's I'm against that stigma, right? But
obviously,
but there's a point where the stigma so high that you would probably consider circumcising your child if it's that bad.
Can I kind of draw an analogy with what Danny's saying? Like, think about in 1930, or 1928 in the United States of America. If you were whether you were a man or a woman, it was way better for you to marry a white person. Like, even if you truly loved a black person, even if it was sort of like wrong for you to be limited to only like white people, it was still much more beneficial, even if only in some like superficial social sense, for you to marry white people. And so that's kind of what most people did. Like, even black men and women would try to partner with white people to further legitimize themselves. So I do think Danny has a point that even if there are, I don't know if I would call them stigmas, but I guess we can use that term in society, even if they're negative, just at least tentatively, most people are probably going to try to fulfill those stigmas for the sake of some sort of social acceptance and the furthering of social cohesion. It's not to say that this is like morally, acceptable, permissible, but just that that's what most people will do.
I can't believe that you guys care more about foreskin than you do about the child's life. Blows my freaking mind.
Wait, I'm sorry, my computer cut out. Can you repeat that?
We care about children's lives too. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Well, no, I'm sorry, but like not to interrupt, but like legitimately, my computer cut out. I didn't hear what P-Town said. We care more about what than
you care more about the child's foreskin than you care about the child's life.
I mean, children's sports are probably just as dangerous. If you look at the number of deaths per year to circumcision versus the number of deaths to children in children's sports, it's probably around the same, right? But so, I mean, but I think I'm more on Mark's side.
Danny, I think you're lost, dude.
Wait, hold on. You think that there are about an equal amount of like harmful results from circumcision as there are from like sports?
children's sports. Yeah.
I
Oh my goodness, this makes my point.
I don't think so.
How many,
I think
how
that
many
may be
kids
true.
die? How many kids die a year to circumcision? We can just look it up.
None.
No, they're people that they're babies that die to circumcision.
I would need to see the literature on that.
Or 5 years ago, I heard statistics being cited. I think
That's fine. I want to see literature.
over 700 people a year die from circumcision.
And how many people a year die from sports?
And
More?
guys,
I'd almost guarantee you it's more.
Could be.
So-
Wouldn't surprise me.
even though it doesn't seem like a lot of time, even with a panel of 9, even if it was just a few minutes, it's a half hour. So we are going into our outros. My request is to try and keep outros piffy. However, you can say anything you want about the topic. We have a lot of content creators on here. Please feel free to shill, because I want to shill for you guys. And okay, with that, Danny, you were actually the latest to join us. So in about 3 seconds, you are going to be starting out our outros. Woo-hoo, because that's right. We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity.
That's
which
right.
is
Run
better
your
for
fingers through your hair.
societies. Hope you had a lovely time. Great to have you on here, Danny. What are you doing up there on the interwebs? I have seen a lot of I always forget the name of this app. Not TikTok. Well, you've seen you do TikTok.
That's right. Drink that Coca-Cola.
Clubhouse?
Clubhouse. There we go. This is how you know I'm getting older, because I'm like, those new apps. Which have been a lot of fun. But really, I want to know, what are your final thoughts on the subject?
Well, I basically, my intro was my outro, so you can go back and rewatch that. But very briefly, if there's people willing to continue this conversation, I can just start an open mic on my channel. Y'all can tell me at the end.
I mean, I'd probably join regardless, but
Okay,
by the way,
yeah, so-
Danny, you have freckles? I didn't know that. That's so cute.
Yeah. So I appreciate you letting me on, Amy. I'm not going to take too much time because I haven't been here for very long. So afterwards, I'm just going to start a stream and on my channel. So, and then we can continue the discussion. So,
Danny, thanks for joining in. We don't have much chance to talk. I want to talk with you about morals and ethics one day, because you said it's a topic you like to talk about.
yeah, you should come on after this if you have time. Come on to my stream.
Okay, thanks.
I just want to also send a shout out to youtube.com Phil Talk Videos, which is where the stream will be. Thank you so very
Subscribe
much, Danny,
and your
for coming
dick
on.
will increase by 3 inches. I guarantee
Mike,
it.
can I
Or your
subscribe
money
twice?
back.
All right, we are
What are
going
you talking about?
down the list. Thank you so very much.
When do you
Danny,
see evidence of
for
that?
coming on. And I just want you all to know,
Sounds
this
legit.
is the type of highbrow,
Citation
I
needed.
feel like, philosophical, scientific conversations that we like to have on this conversation. Speaking of which, we're going right down the line. And we got... Did he leave us? Oh, wait. Did his body leave us? Pseudonym, you were up, but I think you left us. Sending so much love to you. So we're going to, as well as Pat,
Thank you,
who was
Pseudonym.
on here as a panel on here, but also Blum. What is up? We have been Midnight Ranting on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for societies? Lovely having you on. And what are your final thoughts?
It's 8:08 a.m. here, so I'm pretty tired.
Germany?
Denmark.
Oh, yeah. It's very close. I don't even know what I'm saying. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
But I live in a mostly secular society and not a Christian society. We just had a big election. And
So did we.
yeah, I heard.
I hope he heard good. That's all I can say.
Oh, you didn't re-elect Trump.
Well, and Democrats did significantly better, so that's somewhat positive.
But atheism versus Christianity isn't really a fair question. Like Pat brought up, they've been running the show for almost 2,000 years. So
now it's our turn.
Yeah, we have to get in the front seat and drive. But I like the abortion debate. That's a debate I can really get into. Or the genital mutilation debate. We can also get into that.
Unlike a fetus. I'm sorry. Had to make that joke. I really didn't, but I have to. Mandatory. But thank you.
But I'm done here.
Thank you so very much, Flum. It was lovely having you on, and keep on coming on. And all right, we have. Oh my.
Amy, can P-Town go next? My phone's gonna die.
Absolutely. Which is good.
I don't know who is next, but in virtue of them, I'm going to say P-Town should go next.
Yes, well, technically speaking, Mark has to spread the mark all over to other people's body. That's how the mark of the beast spreads. I'm pretty sure, probably. But P-Town,
you got a choice of wrist or forehead, apparently. So take your pick.
My.
Okay.
But we have been Midnight Ranting on Atheism Vs Christianity, which is better for societies. Do you have a channel? If you do, give a shill. But also, what are your final thoughts?
I have one, but I haven't made any content. So go ahead and subscribe. There's nothing on there. But, I believe that babies are good. And I believe in mommies and daddies. And I think all those things are good things. I believe in Jesus. I believe in the Bible. And have a good night, my atheist friends. Thank you.
Ooh.
Good night.
Once again, I can't help but just bring up a video. There's a video out there that says Satan loves kittens. I almost don't want to ruin the joke because I guess it's the way we appreciate kittens and the way Satan might be a little bit different. Unlike Satin, who's 50% softer. And all right, thank you so very much, P-Town, and I'll tell you, if you don't have any content, just think about what James and I did. We couldn't help it anymore. Riffing pre-debate, we were just like, damn, we can't help ourselves, just bouncing back and forth. If you're having conversations, just record them, upload them.
This conversation is being recorded.
Sir, this conversation is being recorded.
Hey, thanks for telling us.
I'm pretty sure, James, you can confirm this. You're back. You've sent that dude to
my name's Gavin. I don't appreciate being recorded. You didn't ask for my permission, so I'm gonna have to ask you.
We got permission from your ex-wife.
No, silence. You don't know what you're talking. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
I technically speaking have permission from Gavin because Gavin and Iron are both down here. They're part of the No Pants Debate Club, and so they have been joining me ever since. It's an exclusive Christian club. I didn't even know was a category.
They have to fight for a spot down there.
They have to.
Fight for it. Well, I will say, Gavin was supposedly a boxer, so.
Yep. And
is the bird down there as well?
Well, I was gonna say proof that I have since conquered.
Yeah, let's be honest, Mark. You'd fuck Gavin up. All right. It'd be 1-2, and he's out.
Come on.
Come on, Mark could just fuck him up.
Speaking of a 1-2, Mark, the mark of the beast. And now I can't get that out now.
It's good.
We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism Vs Christianity, which is better for society? What do you got going on? Because I know you have a recent celebration.
Yes.
And what are your final thoughts?
Yes, I do have stuff going on. I've got a debate on Debate Cafe coming up with somebody on absolute morality, which should be fascinating. Yeah, and I'm doing my thing. I'll put the conversation with Sunflower up because it's just too good not to. I mean, beautiful. Thanks, Sunflower.
Gold.
You're always, yeah, he's always just champagne comedy. Look, like I said before, when I did my intro, the problem with the sort of and people say, oh, well, atheism is subjective, and it's like, well, it's sort of like everybody else's morality is subjective too. They only interpret the Bible. Nobody has access to the actual objective morality that they claim exists. So you can't. And you know, there's diversity of moral thought, which means that everybody gets their own interpretation of the Bible and just runs with it. Like there wouldn't be this diversity if that we could access this objectively moral, consistent, absolute, or maybe not absolute, but this morality that's supposedly unchanging. It just wouldn't be a problem, but it is, because we can only access our interpretation, which is then somebody else's interpretation who wrote it down, which then is supposed to access the objective morality. So it's all, I don't see how it's all not subjective anyway. Even if an objective morality exists, we can't access it. And we have the problem with that not being able to change with new technologies and new ways of thought. Is it moral to, you know, do mine asteroids? Is it moral to do this? It's all up in the air. At least with some kind of framework to what we're trying to achieve, we can make objective moral decisions around that, even if the framework isn't objective in and of itself. I don't think that Christianity going forward is going to. The problem is that, and I guess it's unfair to sort of say atheism or Christianity, because really we're talking kind of secular sort of systems. But Christianity has always been playing catch up on what like sort of normative morality has been, like sort of the normative descriptive morality of society. So you know, it was they have constantly been going, okay, well we'll allow this because people are doing it anyway, and you know, we have to do it because people are sort of getting a bit outraged at us. They didn't like the gays and they didn't like LGBTQI kind of stuff. So they've sort of played catch up, and they allow this and they allow this. They're constantly lagging behind. I don't see them as a moral leader at all. They just do what they have to be accepted into society, because their entire existence kind of relies on it. So we've seen this shuffle of, hey, we're going to catch up to what is happening in the secular world. So I think that if we just dump religion and use the secular morality that is developing slowly over time, because it's not, you don't finish developing morality. It's not like, oh, suddenly we've got all the answers and that's it. It's as we go forward, we're going to need morality for AI, for space travel, for who gets what resources and how do we distribute them. All of these things we can't turn to the Bible for. We just can't. So that's why I would support atheism over Christianity. Imagine there's no religion. It's easy if you try. Thank you.
Woo-hoo! Thank you so very much, Mark. And I may actually record a few, because I just can't help myself. I love karaoke. A few anti-religious songs. That's one of them on my list. So, we are going to just keep on moving down the list and then get to our headliner. But we have, speaking of people who also just hit new hallmarks, new congratulations and parties, Leophilius, what is up? We have been midnight ranting on Atheism Vs Christianity. What is better for society? Hope you had fun. What do you got going on the interwebs, and what are your final thoughts?
So again, thanks for having me. I'm going to get to some things about the stream here in a minute. Hopefully I have about 2 or 3 minutes to respond. Hopefully I can get it all in within that time. I don't want to take up too much time, but I do have to once again do the shameless plug. We just reached 1K in the Lion's Den. Tomorrow at 6:00 p.m. Central Standard Time, I am hoping hosting an open discussion. So I encourage all those who are interested, that is, to join, to come and to enjoy the stream and the topics. For those who think I dominate discussions and what have you, I encourage you to come to my own channel and watch how things are done so that you can be proven wrong, because that's exactly what will happen. And if you don't believe me, then just show up, but I bet you won't. So with respect to tonight's stream, I do want to apologize to Amy, because I do think there are a few moments where I may have gotten a bit overly aggressive. That being said, I don't really think I was out of bounds. When direct and specific questions are asked of people and they don't answer them, when it's quite obvious what the topic of the discussion is and people are not on that topic and they make obvious attempts to evade direct questions that they're asked with respect to that topic, I think that one is justified in interrupting them, stopping them, and keeping them on topic. I don't think that's at all wrong. If you asked me how old I was and I said, well, you know, this one time my grandma, you would probably go, well, wait, what does your grandma have to do with how old you are? Like, I just want to know how old you are. Like, can you just tell me what your age is? If I went, whoa, well, I'm getting to that, you'd probably say, okay, can I ask what relevance your grandmother has to the discussion? So I think the problem is there's a lot of people that aren't yet capable. They haven't been in these spheres long enough to be capable of understanding when people are being dishonest and the best tactics that one can employ with dealing with that, which is a direct demonstration of their dishonesty and an explicit opening of that dishonesty to the public so that they are very much aware of where an individual is being dishonest and in what ways. I think this is very meaningful to productive discussions, as I think it weeds out the people who aren't interested in that. And I think that conduces, by weeding out the people who aren't actually interested in the meaningful discussions, or further conducing those meaningful discussions in virtue of ensuring that the people engaged in them actually want to understand the person. That's why there are at least two people I can name, that I won't, but that I could name, that I asked to reiterate what my questions were back to me. And instead of doing that, they insulted me, they attempt to belittle me. And all this demonstrates is that there was no attempt to understand what I'm saying. There was more of a desire to bloviate about unnecessary things that aren't related to the topic of discussion or to what's being asked. This is done by people who hold to intellectually dishonest positions, who can't defend their position, things like this. I think that this should be pointed out. I think it should be laid bare for everyone to see, because I think that's the best way for exposing people to the kinds of tactics that are employed by conservatives, traditionalists, dogmatists, fundamentalists, conspiracists, the globe over, with respect to manipulating the directions that discussions go. And you'll see it from Darth. You'll ask him a question, he won't answer it, he'll bloviate about something unrelated and then ask you a question. And that's where I said, no, this isn't a time for you to ask me questions. Anyway, I do want to apologize, though, because I don't want to drive people from Amy's.
Send in love, Leo.
But at the same time, look, I'm not going to let people come on Amy's channel and be blatantly dishonest with the interlocutors that are present here. And if you do that, I'm going to call you out on it. And if you can't stand your own, that's your own fault. I'm not doing something wrong. I'm willing to admit that I may have gotten I may have been over aggressive, but at the end of the day, dishonesty shouldn't be tolerated. And when somebody asks explicit and direct questions and they're being dodged, they're not being answered, people aren't staying on topic, I think that should be called out. it's just a final 30 seconds, 30 seconds, if I may. With respect to the topic, I would just reiterate my point that I think that when we talk about atheism and Christianity, they're just going to be a bit too ambiguous to really determine whether or not there's like a society living under one of them is going to be more beneficial than living under the other. I think that there might be slight benefits to secularist ideology over specifically religious ideology, but I think I would repeat what I said in my opening statement, that you could turn everybody on the planet into an atheist. And I think that while there might be some changes and a lot of them might be somewhat meaningful, there's not going to be a lot of changes that are made that are going to be like extraordinarily meaningful with respect to the further progression and development of human society. And I'll leave it there.
Woo-hoo, thank you so very much, Leo. And again, check out Leo Felius's 1000 celebration party this week. And all right.
I do want to apologize one more time to Amy, just so that she knows I'm not like trying to make people not watch her channel, but look,
and James. Amy and James.
Yeah, James as well. But I don't have a tolerance for dishonesty.
No, I get it. We're skeptics. We want to push back. I'm sending that love right back, Leo.
We can talk about it more in depth another time, but we love you, Leo.
But it looks like we just have Samar and the co-pilot, and then our co-pilots, and then Randolph, our headliner, is going to be going. And so, Samar, we have been Midnight Ranting on Atheism Vs Christianity. Which is better for society? Hope you had fun. Do you have anything going on in the internet world? And what are your final thoughts?
Okay. I have a channel, but it's totally unrelated, and I haven't done much with it. First, I would take this chance to thank you, Amy, for hosting everyone here. The second, I'm gonna try to take advantage of hopefully 3, 4, or 5 minutes, or how much ever time I have to talk without interruptions, I hope. Like I said, I maintain my position. I believe that Christianity is better for society than atheism. I'm not gonna go much in detail into that, considering the time restriction. The number one thing that I wanted to mention is when we talked about circumcision, I just wanted to mention when the medical society tells you that some of the benefits of circumcision is easier hygiene, decreased risk of urinary tract infection, decreased risk of sexually transmitted infections, prevention of penile problem, decreased risk of penis cancer. These are not aesthetic things, and I don't think we should waste much time talking about the aesthetic when the health issues are to be raised. The number two thing, and this is the reason why I jumped on board, is because I asked a question in the chat, the one that you relayed, Amy, when I said these babies that are being aborted. If I was talking about the specific example where what about that mom that doesn't want to care for a baby, a mom that doesn't want to raise a baby, she just doesn't feel like it, and she just it's gonna ruin her life or whatever to have a baby, and she doesn't want to have a baby or whatever. I said there are thousands of people who are desperately waiting on a long waiting list to be able to adopt a baby, and then the answer was that the question was dishonest. Now I'm gonna come back and retaliate and say that the answer was dishonest because the choices were not to actually raise the baby, give the baby to adoption, or not birth the baby or whatever. The choices were actually to let the baby live or die, and giving the baby for adoption was just a solution. The choices are to allow the baby to live or die. That's from another aspect. The third point that I want to raise to Leo, as much as I believe that Leo talks with a lot of passion, he likes to defend his points as much as he likes. I don't believe that the third person that was with you guys was dishonest, and I don't believe that calling somebody dishonest in an apology is really apologizing. Is just giving them a little more insult. And I don't believe that the point, like logically, that you made is actually logical. And I'll give you an example of that. You said you're going to ask somebody what's your age, and you don't want them to dance around the pot. You just want them to tell you how old they are. Well, I'll tell you. There are parts in Africa where people weren't dated when they were born. And there are people now that are in the 60s and the 70s that don't know how old they are. And when they went to get to finally, after so many years, get some documentation for their existence, because they lived for so long without documentation, they just kind of guessed a year. And the way they did it is because the way they did it, they talked to the mother, they talked to the grandma, they say, what do you remember? The year of the drought when General Franco died in the war? My son was crawling, I remember, or I was still breastfeeding him, or I was just done breastfeeding him. So they try to guess that, and they come in with the year, and a lot of times they hit and miss with that. So when you ask one of those people how old he is, and he tries to tell you the story, he tells you, well, when my mom had me and stuff, and then you interrupt him with the first sentence. You tell him, just tell me fucking how old you are. And then he says, well, listen, let me explain. When my mom had me, at that time, you tell him, no, tell me how the fucking old you are. And that person starts to get frustrated because he does have an answer for you, and that answer is not what you're expecting him to give you. And this is what a discussion is. This is not an interrogation.
Yeah, he could just say, I don't have an age, which would be an answer.
No, he does. He does on paper. No, he does on paper. He's 67 on paper. But that is not the reality. He needs to explain it to you.
Let him do his that.
No, he doesn't. I didn't ask for an explanation. I asked for an answer. Yeah, I'm just responding to something that was addressed directly to me. That's all.
Yeah, you addressed a lot of things to a lot of people too. Let's just let him have his intro.
I addressed things directly to me. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So I mean, some things that were said that were wrong during this live, and there was nobody to intercept them. For example, that the rate of mortality from giving birth is very high. That is not true. That is 13 in every 100,000 birth. 13 in every 100,000. You're going to tell me, well, 13, that's a big number. I'm going to tell you that's 0.01% mortality rate. And you know what is the mortality rate for aborted babies? It's 100%. Okay, so if we take a little,
I just want to interrupt you 1 second to just say the reason that they haven't been intercepted is because they need a better quarterback. That's really just an American joke. You can completely continue.
No. I get your joke. That's a cool joke. Yeah. So, well, or the other team is not on the field.
They should have two.
Exactly.
Okay, if there is no representation for the other team, I mean, you can win 100-0. So I'm talking about a 0.01% mortality rate versus 100% mortality rate. Every baby being aborted is dead. So, and then the other question that I would ask is the baby that was aborted, out of 100,000 babies that were aborted, if they weren't aborted, were they going to live? Were they going to be babies? Let's call them fetuses, call them whatever scientific name you want to give them, or Greek name. If they weren't aborted, were they going to live? Were they going to be humans? Were they going to grow up? Were they going to be able to talk for themselves and defend themselves one day? So I saw you guys at one point. No, I'll take that back. Sorry, I watched 2 live and I confused them. But I'm glad you guys weren't that live, so you were able to see that point. Like our atheist friend held on to the story of Abraham about how he was going to kill his son, and it was a test from God. In both the Christian, the Muslim, and the Jewish faith, the same story is related. And God tested his faith, and God didn't let him do it. It was just a test. And the theists were actually held down their throat for a theist that was supposedly going to kill his son and didn't do it. And then at the same time, that same person would go around and defend the position that it's okay to let all these babies die. So I wonder, like, this is not subjective morality. This is shift in morality. Like it's morality should not be shifting like from one time from one position to another. And when the problem with this, we see this across like different things. We don't have to go back in history. We see it. We see like some morality that I'm not talking about you guys or this guy or this guy. We see in general. We see that some people will stand with this position when it's related to their group, but they will be against it when it's benefiting another group. Just because they're not part of their group. This is the problem that I have. And the last point is that I heard that religion doesn't offer objective morality. Yes, it does. Religion gives you standards. No. There is.
So it is not religion.
Okay. Religion gives you standards of, for example, before Islam came, before even this abortion talk or anything, these people weren't religious, and these people used to kill their female birth child. They will actually bury them alive. As soon as they were born, they will find out it's a girl, and they would bury it alive. And when Islam came, it banned this, and banned this practice. And I'm pretty sure that the teachings from Christianity will be against this as well, and from Judaism will be against this as well. So there is a rule. You cannot do that. When we talk about cheating, that's banned in the religion. And then you say, but why would the religion decide for me what I want to do? Because cheating causes a lot of problems for the society. We have a lot of babies that are born from these relations which are not uncontrolled relations, where the guy can just walk away. And unfortunately, it's 100% of the cases where the guy walks away, it's the woman who struggles with that child. I mean, whether she has to abort it, whether she has to raise that child as a single mom, and then it causes problem for a child being raised without a father, because then the mother cannot find herself available as much as she would, because now she's got to work twice as hard to provide for her child and for
okay. I think
like
you said, it was your last point like 5 points ago. I think we're sort of beyond a reasonable sort of wrap up here. You're sort of just having your own presentation going.
Well, what
I'm sorry, I didn't see who's speaking, but let's just call that my retaliation at being interrupted earlier, because before even I start asking the question, it went away from me, and I cannot interrupt other people. Like I respectfully try not to interrupt other people. So I had all this this talk stuck in my brain. I didn't want to take it to bed with me. Okay. I'm sorry.
That's okay. This stream is actually for ranting, and so I'm going to agree with both of you and just say another 30 seconds, Samar, if you could just, I guess, give a summation.
Yes, I'm gonna end this with one thing that I appreciate. You see, I'm not a Christian, but one thing that I appreciate with Christians is just that will when I see, because living with the idea that when we think that the universe is so large, we talk about 92 billion light years. We talk about everything. We talk about in geology and in astronomy. We talk about billions of years. We talk about and then we can only fantasize about eternity, about all these years, but we're only here for a fraction of history, for like 60, 70, 80, 100 years. And we're trying to look beyond that. And you have these Christians who are hoping, they believe, even though I don't believe they're saving you, but you can see in their heart that they're honestly trying to save you. So I believe they're on a mission to do good in their hearts. But I wonder, what is the atheist trying to save? What is his message? What is he trying to save people from? I mean, he can just live his life until he become a coconut tree. Why interrupt his 60 years of atheist life, or 100 years of atheist life, to actually spread the message? He's not trying to save anyone. That's my question.
And okay, thank you so very much, Samar. Keep on coming on. It was lovely to have you on with us. Love all of our theist brothers and sisters. And thanks, yeah, and with that, we are just going to we're going to do the two co-pilots before we hand it over to our headliner of the night.
This is unusual, Amy, but it's your show. I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Oh no, trust me, we love having you on, Randolph. Of course, you are the godfather of atheism. You got that way very specifically through kneecaps, but
thank you very much.
Thank you very much. But yes, let's hand it over to James. James W. We have.
Can I get like 30 seconds? I'm outside.
Oh, absolutely. Well, I'm going to actually just send love out there to all of the people. Just the fact that what Monkey for Banana. I see Mark out there. Flum, Beamsy, Perfect, Judith, Materialist Dan, Krish. I feel so bad, by the way. Totally know that feel. Zalini, Randolph in chat. Woohoo! Skywatcher.
I just wrote hello.
Hello. Why, hello. And James Wolfe, what is up? In fact, I want to actually thank all of our supporters. You can find right down there. I am about to be releasing.
I really like this community you've built. It's you and James have built. It's so really people part of it, and it's wonderful that we've got people who are not atheists are also engaging and enjoying being a part of all of this. I think we've had a lot of really good discussions over the years. You're doing well. You're on the right track, I think, for what you're.
Thank you so very much, Randolph. I really do hope that we are fostering kind of a community of, I guess, just skeptical people who want to rant, say what's on their mind, and really test their ideas out. While not, I guess, judging others. I am sending love out there. I am so excited I finally got the process done for...
It's done?
Yes. Well, the hardest part was creating all this stuff. There was so many weird problems trying to get the show finished. But now that it's done, I feel like I could do it over and over. I think I've also said this. We are going to be doing something new. I'm trying to be launching a few more shows, because I actually am eventually, after I get 2 more shows, I'm going to be netting Mark Reid down there. For a scam baiting show, but we have Impromptu Debate You has now been really successful. I've been loving that. Have had really good feedback. We're about to have, Mark, I don't know if you knew this, and I want to get your face for this. Did you know that Rebel absolutely turned your thing down? Was like, no, I'm not taking a flat Earth debate.
So that's sad. Oh well, that's okay. I mean, it's his decision. Look, I'm not going to be a debate bro and go, oh no, it's his choice.
But can I tell you?
I'll be around, Amy. I'll be around if you ever want to take me off.
That's right. The gloves will always be off. But
Zelinki was interested, though.
I was gonna say, Zelinki is it. So you lost an interlocutor, but you actually gained an interlocutor.
For every door that closes, another opens, and
exactly.
Yeah.
And so it looks like James is back, in
close enough.
Hello. Close enough. We are Midnight Ranting on Atheism Vs Christianity, which is better for society. It got spicy, but I think we actually had a lot of fun. Good night, Flum. Sending so much love. Thank you for joining the panel. And James, what is on your mind? Your final thoughts?
I think we had a lot of good discussions. I missed a lot of it, unfortunately. The timing wasn't very good for me, so I wasn't able to help out with moderating the stream. So I'm sorry about that. A lot of that fell on Amy's shoulders, and it can be a lot for one person. But hey, I think we did have a lot of good discussions, and things get a little contentious, but these are contentious issues. People have strong opinions. People really feel strongly about their beliefs, and they want to advocate for them. So it tends to get a little spicy. But as long as we're having
reasonable,
good discussions.
Stop being reasonable.
I'm trying to be, but we do want to let other people talk, and we don't want to
How dare you?
go completely off the rails. But anyway, yeah, once again, Randolph, you did a very good job in that debate. I think you advocated, you put on a strong presentation, a strong advocacy for a secular society, a secular worldview. I think our laws should be based on secularism. We should have, you should be able to articulate neutral reasons for your beliefs other than trying to impose dogmatic religious beliefs on people, which tends to go a little awry. People tend not to like that. Anyway, thanks so much, guys. And once again, yeah, great job, Randolph, on the debate. I thought your opening, you pretty much you took him down with your opening, and it didn't get much better for him after that. So yeah, once again, good job.
No, I gotta watch.
Wow, the opening took him down. That's I just wanted to have
your opening. You came out swinging, and you landed a lot of good punches in your open. And
yeah, I wasn't. My goal wasn't to take him down with the opening because we want to actually have a debate. But that's
you really set the tone for your position. Like,
yeah,
we knew where you stood on that, and
a lot of people do. Yeah.
So you usually have very good opening salvos, Randolph, that are tied in really well to the rest of your presentation kind of thing. I really do like your eloquence when you do.
But go ahead.
In the way of The Godfather, take their hand and sling a knife in it.
Make you an offer you can't refuse.
Yeah. There you go. Maybe give them some cement shoes, maybe.
I can't advocate.
You're on mute, Amy?
That's right. I just like doing this, actually. I just have things in my hand consistently.
You get used to that, huh?
Sometimes you might fall in a cement mixer. You might not know why. Gotta end up in the fishes. All right, that's right. Thick Earth. Oh, I'm so excited for that emoji. I feel so bad for the artist that's getting that request. And
hate for them to fall into a wood chipper or something like that.
Ourselves and all our members. And exactly, a wood chipper. No, but he loves you. But yes, I am going to... I normally don't do this, but because I didn't have an intro, I am going to have an actual outro. And then we're going to hand it over to our headliner. Because I normally like to be, at this point in the stream, I like to be basically moderator, Amy, and be very neutral.
Put a bow on it.
I can't help myself. I know, exactly. But I'll put a bow on it after Randolph.
A round of drinks on Amy.
Amy, I would like to say good night to you guys.
Good night.
And I just wanted to say one thing to Randolph. Like, I really wish that every atheist conducted himself the way that Randolph does, like with a lot of respect, and he gets his points across. And I really appreciate that. Like, I enjoy watching him in a debate, even if I disagree with him. I like that. It just makes the debate easier for the people to follow. So good job on that, Randolph.
Oh, thank you so much. That really does mean a lot to me. I've been getting a few comments along those lines tonight, so it's great. I
just feel like a lot of other debaters feel like they have to be on the offensive side, like, and be a little offensive, even using like language and stuff to get like to support their position. But I like the fact that you don't feel like you have to use bad language or something or start yelling or whatever to get your point across. You just try to use rationale, and I love that. Even if I disagree with you, I say that, but I love that. That's good.
I appreciate that so much. There's a few people out there who've been saying for a couple of years now that they're going to try to figure out how to get me to say a swear word online. I've not used a single swear word. So
that's awesome. That's awesome. No, No, I support you to stay that way. I really appreciate.
You can't trigger Randolph. That's impossible. He's not going to get triggered.
Oh, there's a way, but I'm not going to tell people. But
well,
Sometimes-
in the debating world, you can either be a Randolph or you can be a Rant-off.
Oh my!
James, he hasn't seen my last debate on MDD yet.
Well,
Oh,
I
there's-
would also like to say that was a good debate.
Yeah,
but
but was a very triggering debate. Trust me.
it was,
Oh, well,
it was
maybe.
definitely more fiery than the other debates I've been in. I definitely noticed that, and I was going for a bit more aggressive than usual. I think I'm still considered on the tame side as far as some of these debates go, because I've seen some people they're really bombastic and extremely aggressive, and they are entertaining. But I think our guest just now speaking has a good point. These debates, when people can have a more cordial tone, you can get a higher quality conversation, and that's really what I'm after. And so I'm glad that it comes across that way, because it also means that it's reflecting, hopefully, on the atheism demographic in a good way. Like, I don't consider myself a representative of all of atheism, nowhere close, but I am representative as myself as an atheist, and I'm one of billions of atheists in the world. I'm going to say billions because I think that's correct. And so I really greatly appreciate all the encouragement and the support. Thank you, everybody.
You know what else it does, Randolph? It allows me to put the live on TV in my house and let the whole family watch it without feeling that I might be embarrassed at one point in front of my children because somebody's using swear words.
Oh, yeah. So, your kids are probably already know all the words anyway. Be surprised.
Well,
if they don't.
Randolph, I just want to remind everyone that I've actually almost seen him Hulk out. There was almost a little bit too much cinnamon in his cocoa, and it was just no. I'm just teasing you.
Somebody say Steve McRae.
Hey.
Amy, by the way,
that's right.
you did
He's
great.
not even.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Amy, by the way, I said, Amy, before I leave, you did great on that flat Earth debate.
Oh, thank you.
That's something.
They have
That's
been
something.
fun.
I supported you on that one. I sent a lot of super chat questions, and I really supported your side on that.
Well, can I tell you?
So we can.
Can I say something funny in that although Mark has lost the debate interlocutor on a flat Earth debate, I got randomly IM sending love to Benny if he's out there. That was like, there's two people that want to fight about flat Earth. Can they do it on your channel? And I was like, well, I guess, because sure, I want more people to come on here. But yeah, so there may actually be a flat Earth debate.
We tend to attract the flirfs. I don't know why.
Yeah. Well, I just think it's so certain channels you go on and it's just they you get waves. We get a lot of nationalists after we go on Muslim channels. I don't know why, but then we get a lot of flat earthers sometimes on apologetic channels.
You go on the Dawa channels, you get the Holocaust deniers and
and almost Godwin's law. Exactly.
I just wanted a little more to M. Like the kids already knowing those words, they probably heard it at school. It's good that you still maintain a standard at home. Like what we do, my own kids, they know these words, but they don't hear me and my wife using these words at home. So they rarely use them at home, and it's good that way, because the thing is with kids, they'll copy your example. You want your kids to take an interest in reading, for example. Reading to them is a very good thing, but if they see you sitting around and reading, they're more likely to emulate that behavior. That's going to have a greater impact. So, what you're doing, exposing them to good quality content, and they're noticing you taking an interest in good quality content, they're likely to do the same things. So you're the influence of your kids, and I'm very glad to hear that you're valuing these kinds of things and wanting to have the right things for them. Because I think that's usually an indication.
Yes, I definitely do, and I just insisted on pointing it out before I leave. So I wanted to make sure that you understand that there is an audience for people like you out there.
That's Randolph saves those words with his wife till after the kids are in bed.
My. And I am going
Right,
about
night,
to
guys.
hand it off. Thank you
good night, and
so
thanks
very
again.
much, Samir.
Thank you,
it was
Samir.
a blast having
Samir.
you on. Keep on coming on. But I'm going to give, I guess this is my version of spiciness. I'm not normally spicy. I started off. But
this conversation is being recorded.
Yes, exactly. Sir, it's being recorded. Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for societies? Atheism. But Christianity... Oh, we can go now. But Christianity had a peak about 1,000 years ago. You could say an end of the tunnel because everything was so dark. Yeah, they had to think of a name for this time period. It escapes my mind, though I'm sure the Dark Ages should be the standard for all amusement parks. Christianity gave birth to the Inquisition, burning witches, or as most husbands call them,
Salem Town.
You know, for things like having red hair or being left-handed, or as I call them, capital punishments. No. Though with religion, you get a moral system of whatever the hell they believed hundreds, if not thousands of years ago. So the irony is dripping when they say we have a moral system based on arbitrary whims. Take a sip. Salty sugar water. Oh, is that coming from the people who endorsed slavery? You have to understand, silly atheist, that was just the time period of the day. Our objective morality has changed. Now, we totally have something else. You know, because a Jewish teacher was murdered in cold blood. Which part of this sounds moral? So when the two choices are put forward, atheism versus Christianity, which is better for societies? Well, if those are the two choices, then atheism, Christianity is not literally true, outdated, and now detrimental to society. Oftentimes, getting gay or transgender people hate in their direction because of holy texts, as does many conspiracy theorists like flat or young earthers. The anti-science movement almost all stems from versions of Abrahamic religions like Christianity. Anti-Big Bang, anti-evolution, somehow even anti-vaccine, all comes from a belief system with a base in this version of superstition.
Antichrist?
That too. You know what? I think I'll pass. Thank you. And all right. Like I said, don't normally get that spice. Normally come in spicy, and then I'm basically in mod mode by the
That's
end.
mild. You didn't go too crazy.
That's right.
Oh,
Sending
good.
love to all of our theist brothers and sisters, our atheist brothers and sisters. But I think we really need to bring on the man with a plan, the reason that we are here tonight, as well as, of course, James Kuhn, sending love to modern day
The Godfather.
The Godfather, as well as DebateCon. Tickets on sale now. But Randolph Richardson, we have been midnight ranting on Atheism versus Christianity. Which is better for society? Lovely to have you on, as always. But what do you got going on the internet, and what are your final thoughts?
Well, thanks, James and Amy, and also a special thanks to James of Modern Day Debate. So many Jameses here. There's a James Wolfe in the audience, too.
There's a lot of Jameses
Yo,
here.
I always say there's the Jameses in my life. These are the Jameses.
It's a good name. And so you highlighted a number of very important points, and I think I'm probably going to talk a little bit just about atheism in debates. The challenge that people have when they're trying to find some way to attack, go on the attack or the offensive against atheism, is that atheism is like the target that's not there. There really is nothing to it. Think about this. If somebody's going to attack color, what's color? It's a classification. It's not a position or anything. It's not it's not something tangible. It's just a fact of life that things have color. And there's lots of technical explanations about why, but that's separate from the matter. Atheism is the same kind of thing because it just specifies, it classifies us as people who don't believe in deities. So when people try to attack it, they need to introduce complexity. And as soon as we take a position on it, then we open ourselves up to being susceptible to, we've opened up an avenue of attack, and we're susceptible to possibly losing that position. And a position can be lost. There's nothing wrong with that. It's okay. But if we're really clear going forward on these things, then we don't have to take that position at all. We're not required to. And that's a very important thing. And that's one of the inherent freedoms of being an atheist, is I don't have to take a position on whether I believe that a deity exists or doesn't exist. I can just leave it out there. I was born this way. Why should I have to change just because I have more knowledge? I don't have to. I have this liberty. This is my own personal liberty. Every atheist has this. Now, there are many atheists who do take a position on deities, and that's fine. That's also their freedom. But it's not necessary. And that is what makes atheism so great, is that we don't have to go through life with this burden that can add stress and anxiety to people, because we are completely free. This is what bothers those who aren't and expect everyone to conform to their standard. So they want so much for us to do this. They want us to take one position one way or another, because they're convinced very often that once they can get us to take a position, even if it's an opposite, if it's the same position as them, they're happy. But if it's an opposite position then to what they're doing, or one that isn't consistent with their position, then they will see that as a challenge, and they're going to want to try to convince us that that position that we've taken is wrong, and to change to their side. It's about conversion and whatnot. And, you know, we look at Pascal's gambit, better known as Pascal's wager, where they come up with this idea that you must play the odds, to which all kind of narrow down to through some kind of a sieve or something to being where you have to believe in some god to play it safe. And there's so much missing from that. We look at a casino, the safest way to do gambling, the purely no risk way to do it is to just not even enter into the casino in the first place, or at least not play the games. You keep all your money that way. You're definitely not going to lose any. That's the safest play. So when it comes to Pascal's Gambit, I suggest just not playing. It is a manipulative game. There are a lot of different problems with it as well, but we can get into that another time. Or if you are curious, go to rationalwiki.org and look up Pascal's Wager or Pascal's Gambit, and they highlight the problems with it. And it's quite well laid out. There's a lot of skeptics contribute to that. But I've gone off topic a little bit here with Pascal's Gambit. The main thing to remember is that when somebody tells you that you must take a position on something, or they try to control your answer to just being yes or no, you don't have to conform to that. Why give up your freedom? You didn't necessarily agree to that. Keep that freedom and maintain it, and tell them, look, I'm not going to conform to that. That's unreasonable. You always have that option of not accepting those terms. And it's an attempt at manipulation, and they'll often do this with propositional logic. It will get presented as something that is, if you're not accepting the proposition, then you must be taking the opposite position. Now that's a bifurcation or a false dichotomy or false dilemma. And the problem with that is it doesn't represent the propositional logic properly. Now, they'll talk about truth tables and they'll say you got two options, true or false. And then they'll slip something else in. It's a completely alternative thing and say, well, then if you're not accepting either of those, then it must be something else that is somehow consistent with abstaining. But propositional logic is either about accepting or not accepting that. So by default, you're not accepting the proposition. So if you are having trouble with understanding this and getting past that, the way that I recommend to think about it is consider children playing a game of rock, paper, scissors. There's these two children and they play a game of it. One of them wins. And someone brings to you the proposition. Scissors was the winner. If you don't accept that proposition, and there can be reasons for it, maybe you don't know, or maybe you missed it, or maybe you forgot, or maybe it was one of the other ones, it wasn't scissors that won. That non-accepting of that proposition doesn't mean you're automatically picking an opposite, because especially in this case, there are two other options. There's rock and paper. The correct approach to use then is to present another proposition. Okay, rock was the winner. Accept it or not. Okay, paper was the winner. Accept it or not. So if they're turning around and saying to you something about do you believe in deities, and you're not accepting that, that doesn't mean that you're holding a position that there are none. For that, they need to bring in a new proposition, just like we did with rock, paper, scissors, and ask, do you believe there are no deities? And once you've answered and not accepted that, then it's very clear. You don't believe in them. You don't believe against them. You don't believe at all. You just don't happen to hold a belief in it. This is your freedom. Protect that. This is logical self-defense. Make sure that you're not falling for their tricks, for their sophistry, for their chicanery, and be clear on this point, and it'll be a lot easier to get through these things and not fall into the hands of their attempts to manipulate you into limiting the scope of your options. Keep your options open, and it'll be a lot easier. And in the debate that I was in tonight, a number of people were pointing out that he was frustrated with me, and he even indicated he was frustrated at the end, near the end of the debate. I think he really wants me to take a position, and I don't take a position. It didn't really come up directly, but I kind of sensed a little bit that was partly what was going on. And he even mentioned at one point that all these other atheists he's talking to did this and this and this. He wants to appeal to my sense, to a sense of conforming to a society of atheists. And the way I look at atheism is, as a demographic, is that we are among the most diverse throughout the world. And I mean that. That means that atheists have all sorts of different opinions and different ideas and different beliefs. The only characteristic that binds us all together as being in the same classification demographic is that we don't believe in any goddesses or gods. So thank you, Amy and James, and everybody who's tuned in here.
Thank you so much, Randolph.
Chatted with me. I'm sorry I went on a little longer, but
No.
Helpful.
You're the guest of honor tonight.
I feel very honored.
Absolutely. It was lovely having you on, Randolph. And I just want to say that if you liked many of our panel members, we had, I'm going to shout out Danny's channel at the end because I know he's having an after show. But we are going to send love out
the Circumcision after show.
To Mark Reid, to Randolph Richardson for being on with us. And you can find his channel at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. That is with an OLF, no matter what spell correct tells you. And you can
Google
find
says PH.
Fortnite streams out there on the internet webs, which I am happy to be a part of. They have been a blast every time. And I'm going to do one final shill. There's a whole bunch of new shows that we are heading out there. But hey, Gizmo and myself have teamed up. And so
all right.
There are numerous ways that you can get content out there, even if you're not a content creator. That's right, Gizmo is ready to work alongside with you because we are looking to be producing content. In fact, you can go to tinyurl.com/launchapodcast. And so just like Peter out there, just like numerous different who's sending shout out to Peter, sending shout out to Gonna Go For It. Really, when I do that, I'm just ding ding. I'm sending a shout out to
we all like Peter.
Jesse Peterson. He's great out
Jesse
there.
P. Leaderson show, yeah.
Exactly. But yes, if you are a Patreon or channel member, you instantly get access to having time slots on our Talk Skeptic to Me. But also, if you are just looking to have your own podcast be launched, grow or monetized,
your own sodomy
check
session.
That out. That's right. At tinyurl.launchapodcast. I'll also just send
/
the
sodomy.
regular figure link. That's right. / sodomy. And wow, speaking of amazingness, holy moly, for $10, Samir, sorry, Amy, I just looked back and realized I took a whole 14 minutes of my closing statement.
Oh, Samir, you don't need to feel bad about this. We enjoyed listening to you. You had a lot of interesting things to say. It was quite good. But thank you for supporting me.
It was lovely. And can I tell you, like, it is a guilty pleasure. I know sometimes the theists don't always like when atheists kind of like, what is it when they crash the party? However, the guilty little secret is like, the more theists join on an atheist or non-believer channel, the happier we all are. We just can't help ourselves. Because it's just boring when we're all just sitting there as cats agreeing with each other.
If we can get a theist who is not a flat earther, that is a huge plus.
No, I swear I almost offended P-Town. Like, it was an Adam Lore moment when I was like, you're Team Round Earth? Yes? Yes? It's like, yes. What fucking planet do I live on? A round one, right? Round. Just say round.
I'm pretty sure you'll both agree. Another good guilty little pleasure is these cat alerts, right?
Oh my, yes,
we
that is
like your
true.
cat alerts, Randolph.
We do like.
Yeah.
I think it's extremely
Because I just saw
important.
James Cat Gizmo a moment ago.
Yeah, so
In your defense, Amy, in your defense, P-Town did show up about the same time as Rebel Nazarene, so you might have been confusing them up because they both sort of landed at about the same time. Woof.
I also now, every time I see Rebel, I just have to go Rebel, 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 Rebel.
We do another
or maybe
cat
I
alert,
just
Amy.
need to sweat. Oh, another cat alert. Hold on. I got this. Oh my god, Gizmo's so cute. He always looks so
Gizmo's looking
inquisitive.
healthy.
Like he wants to know what's going on.
That is a relaxed looking cat.
Yeah, there he is.
Relaxed looking James as well.
Oh yeah,
content.
Oh, he has a cat on his lap. Who wouldn't be content?
Yeah.
Woohoo!
Hey guys.
But thank you so very much, James and Gizmo, and really, thank you so very much, Samar. Just kidding.
Thank you very much,
This is a
Samir.
small token of appreciation, and we are sending that appreciation right back.
Thank you, Samir.
Sending love to James Wolfe. I think that's it. Just the fact that the episode of the Street Epistemology show is done. I'm just waiting for the timer. But now there's going to be hopefully a whole bunch more going to be hitting the street. And yeah, I think with that, I think I'm going to have to say I hope you I hope you all enjoyed this episode of Midnight Ranting. Atheism versus Christianity, which is better for society, where we, through a modern day debate inspired after party, BT Dubs, link for the debate is in the description below. Send love to James Coons.
A funeral for theism.
That's right, open casket, where we
Closed
set
casket.
some
The
fun
right.
with Randolph. That's right, we had a Randolph vs Ken Ammi versus Ken. Atheism versus Christianity, which is better for societies, where it was James W., myself, Amy Newman, and of course, our special guest host, Randolph Richardson.
Thanks,
Sending so much love to James. And I saw a lot of love in there. I saw Big Bad Mama giving us love. I saw so much seeing Ian Davenport, everybody out there in chat. But also, I want to thank, well, everyone out there on the inner tubes in general. I can't even believe, once again, sending love, Flum. Thank you so very much. I can't believe that our 5G chips even sync up. But I hope that if you enjoyed the show, please don't forget to like, follow if you're on Twitch. We're almost at 100 followers on Twitch, which is there's no benchmark on that. But I'm just excited. Woo! As well as subscribe on YouTube.
Oh, look at that. Skywatcher.
Woo!
And Danny's channel, I did put a link to that. He's got a live stream going to follow this one.
Yes, in fact, that is basically at the very end. I'll have that. I guess this is the very, very end. I wanted to link because he's basically having an after show, which is fantastic, which means the Discord is off the hook tonight as we're going everyone's going to go to Danny's. I think James and I are going to pass out. But
So when that happens, we got to call these after show cascades.
Yeah, we're gonna try and circle the world at one point and just have 24 hours continuously going.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well,
cascade going.
we're trying to prove you guys in Australia actually exist.
I know it's tough. Nobody thinks Australians exist. They're just too ridiculous.
There's easy proof for Australia. All you have to do is go Google image search and type upside down map. You'll see Australia there. It'll be very prominent. Easy to spot.
You just have to Google NASA shills. It comes up right away.
Flat Earth Aussie lost his pants. A kangaroo hopped off with him.
Oh, that no, I don't want to recall that. Please, that didn't happen. It's not burnt into my memory forever.
We got it on tape.
I know you got it on tape. I wish it wasn't on tape.
Oh, come on, James. Go easy on Mark. They have enough
And now
trouble
he's
with
stuck
the,
down here.
They have enough problems with the drop bears there. Come on.
I'm still going to say the fact that there is a specific category of pantsless creationists.
Yes.
It just makes me happy.
You send them over to New Zealand with Gavin.
Honestly, they're trendsetters.
Kiwis, yeah.
If you think about it. But
they have a pants shortage in New Zealand or something. I don't understand.
Maybe.
I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with the southern hemisphere and not wearing pants. I don't know what it is, but
he tries to put them on. They just keep falling off. I mean.
But also, I'm going to find the list of all the people to thank. You'll see. But also, I want to thank my guest host, James W., as well as my... Oh, I didn't actually... I missed. I was going to do the Phil talk. Hold on. I do want to thank my special guest host,
Randolf
Richardson. However, I do want to send out love. We normally have our after shows in the Discord, the link of which you can find in our description below at our Skeptic and Ranting Discord server, along with all of our fantastic channel members, as well as all of our wonderful Patreons that you can find right down there supporting as well. You can also hit that thank you, super thanks, and we'll send thanks as thanks afterwards. Or hey, why not leave a message after the video's done? We will be heading over to Phil Talk videos, which is the link right down there after the show. Sending love to Danny, who, like I said, does part of the inspiration. Him and Skylar and T-Jump, many others have just been doing many Discord, TikTok, and Clubhouse. I remembered it this time, debates. But also, I want to thank my co-host, James W., as well as our special guest host, Randolph Richardson.
Ding.
As well, ding.
Yeah.
As well as all of our guests, including Randolph, who is our headliner, but Beamsy and Nitty and P-Town and Sunflower and Leophilius. Go check out his 1,000 celebration, and Mart, go check out his 500 celebration, and Pat Lowinger, go check out his book coming soon, and Flum and Pseudo and Samar and Danny and all of the wonderful people out there making this stream so great, our mods, the people in chat, and of course viewers like you. And with that, you can help us support if you would like at patreon.com/Amy Newman. The best way to help us make even more fun shenanigans. I am Amy Newman. And with that, we'll see you all on the next episode of Skeptic Ball Z. Good night.
Your donations keep Gavin hard at work down there with iron.
Oh my, that's right, baby.